Good morning. Today is September 24th. We're gathered this morning for the continuation of the City of Fitchburg 2020 Board of Review. As I look around the room, I'm going to ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Chair Couillard.
Chair.
Alton Krim is absent. Erica Ryerson is absent. Craig Stevenson.
Here.
Matt Polda.
Here.
Rich Tate.
Here.
Ryan Sieb.
Here.
He's here. You have a quorum.
Hearing the call, do we have a quorum, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk?
You have a quorum, yes.
We have a quorum, thank you. On our agenda this morning, we have a large number of appeals, but many of them seem to have a high degree of similarity. But the first this morning is the Jones Family Farm on Cyene Road. And I see that the property owner, Mark Jones, is here this morning.
And Mark, I'm gonna,
Looking at the agenda, I see we have two parcels. Parcel 609-234-8503-4, assessed at $409,000, taxpayers' opinion $355,500. And the other parcel is 609-234-8000-2, assessed at $72,000, taxpayers' opinion $42,000. As I have with other appeals, I'm going to read a brief statement into the record as to how we're going to proceed. At this point in time, I'd like to have both the taxpayers and the assessor staff sworn in.
okay, if you could raise your right hand and repeat after me. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Amy Mercer, City Assessor.
Please state your name for the record, sir.
Mark Jones, trustee for the Jones Family Cyene Farm Trust.
Thank you. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statutes give the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled to overcome that presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we are considering your appeal. The standards are: best evidence of value is a recent arm's length sale of the subject property. Next would be sales of reasonably comparable property. And lastly would be all other approaches to value, such as the income approach on income producing properties and the cost approach on special purpose or unique properties where there is not an active market. At this time, please share any exhibits that you'll be reading into the record. Do you have any exhibits, Mr. Jones?
Other than what I submitted, did that become part of the record?
No, it does not.
Because I did submit with the
It's
paperwork.
sworn oral testimony, not written.
Okay, I can read what I have into the record is,
Okay, if that's what you want to do, that's perfectly fine.
yep, that'd be fine.
If you have an appraisal of the property under review, the appraiser must be present and present sworn oral testimony for the Board of Review to consider the appraisal. As we start, I'd like to know, has there been a recent sale of this property?
There has not.
Did you attend the open book and review the property record card with the assessor or assessor staff?
Over the phone, there was no in-person.
Okay. Thank you. Please begin.
I'm objecting to the...
Excuse me? Chair, I just want to get clarified so I know how to approach. Are we doing both parcels at one time or each parcel individually as we present? Just so I make sure and the appellant knows
Good.
what to present.
Okay, good point, because one parcel is receiving preferential ag assessment. I think we're going to look at them independently,
I would hope so.
okay?
My letter addresses them both and then breaks them out.
So please tell us which one you're starting with.
Parcel 1 is 0609-234-8593-4, which is the parcel that is closest to Sain Road and has the residences on it.
Okay?
Excuse me, that parcel number is actually 0609-234-85034.
That's exactly what the objection form reads.
Did I state it wrong? I apologize if I did.
No, it's just, yeah, and it's in the document that he gave us, different than that, but,
Let me reread it off of the tax parcel. 0609-234-8503-4.
Okay,
Is a 27.9 acre piece that is to the, along Sain Road.
please continue.
I understand the process of the Board of Review. It assumes the assessing department is correct, but I have some points I want to bring out. Parcel 1 that we just gave the number on is a non-conforming parcel that is less than 35 acres, which by city ordinance is non-conforming. This is a very complicated piece of property because of the things out of my control. I cannot divide either of the two houses on that property off to make a separate parcel. Zoning does not permit a person to make a parcel that is non-conforming already more non-conforming. This parcel contains 2 areas of VWA soil types, which is deemed wetlands and cannot always be cropped. The fact that the property cannot be divided also causes problems with the mortgage. Conventional mortgages, because of the size of the parcel, therefore it must be considered a commercial loan by federal financial guidelines. The mortgage cannot be sold on the financial market and has to be held within the financial organization themselves. That usually means a 1% to 2% higher interest rate on that parcel because the bank has to hold it within its banks. It cannot be sold. I feel this decreases the property. Property has 2 homes on it. The older one was built sometime before 1913. It's been remodeled, or as we say, remodeled. It's old, cold, and a problem. The second home was moved to this location from Fish Hatchery Road, which the city of Fitchburg needed to have it removed to extend Post Road. That house was built in 1950. We did add a garage to it, but it's a 1950 vintage house. It's original kitchen cabinets, original main bath. It also decreases the property value. Had we put a new house on that property at that time, the value would be higher. And that is all I have on that property.
So you're objecting to the value, but you haven't given us any indication of how you determined your $350,000 value.
I understand that I have not,
Okay?
Mr. Goyer. I understand that. I based it on the sales, and I don't feel I was given consideration for the problems, the uniqueness of that property.
Okay, but as I read in the record,
I understand.
okay,
Point is taken. I am here to object and understand because I sat in the chairs that you guys sat in the past, that there's very little you can do with what I'm going to present you today. It preserves my right to move forward in a different venue, and I believe you understand that.
okay. I just wanted to make sure you were clear that
Yes,
what our guidelines are,
yes, I am. I understand.
okay? At this point then, if you were finished,
I am.
I will turn it over to the assessor and her staff to present their evidence.
Okay, thank you. Nick will be distributing written information summarizing the basis for completing the 2020 assessment of the subject property. I will briefly summarize the written documents with oral testimony. On the first page of Section 1 is a summary of my qualifications to complete the assessment. I'm Amy Mercer. I'm employed with the City of Fitchburg's Assessing Office. I have my Assessor 2 certification. I've worked with the city for the last 4 years. I have over 20 years of assessing experience. I've worked with the City of Janesville. I've also worked in equalization. I have my degree in landscape architecture, and I've attended various continuing education classes, both through WAO, IAAO, and other classes that have been offered. Section 2 states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to establish the full value, often referred to as market value, of a property as of January 1 of 2020. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. State Statute 70.32 outlines that property shall be valued in accord with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and at the full value which could ordinarily be obtained, therefore a private sale, when such sale conforms to the definition of recent arm's length sales. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria the sale must satisfy it if it is used in determining market value. Part C is the information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions, that the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as a systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date, using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a full or market value assessment role, the estimated level of assessment is 100%. On the next page, you're going to find a location map illustrating the two parcels. Like I said, we weren't sure if we would present these both, so the packet we'll also use for the next parcel. So the parcel on this air photo, the one we're talking about, is the parcel on the lower, on the bottom of the page. It's outlined in green. You can see that it has a home, or the farm set on the lower right-hand corner, and the tillable land behind that. The next page in the packet shows what the appellant had presented to us during the open book process. He dropped this sketch off. This is typically how we would do this also. We would measure it out in the air photo, the area that is needed for the improvements. My calculations on the top right-hand corner of the packet shows where we had the value. Originally, we had the site as 3.58 acres, and based on what he submitted, because he said he had been some of these areas, that he is now tilling some of those other areas, it went to 3.15 during the open book process. The tillable area originally was 24.4 acres, and that then received the balance of 24.83 acres. So we'll skip the next page because that's the next parcel that we'll discuss in the next case. So the next few pages are the property record card. As you can see on the first page, under the assessment history, we have two classes of property here. We have the ag home site, otherwise called other or class 7, and then we have the tillable area. The tillable we have now is 24.83 acres, and the site is 3.15 acres. The site value of that land portion is $126,000. The area allocated for the tillable land comes in at $6,400 is the assessed value for that portion. It is in the neighborhood of an ag home site. On the back side of that page, it lists any building permit history. So in this case, there were a couple permits pulled in 2017. One was to move a structure, and one was also to move a garage there. There is no recent sale of the subject. The sale, under the sale history that you see as a 1/1 of 16 of 129,500, is not a market sale. I believe that's when he changed it from like a personal name into a trust. Below that are some property notes. So in 2016, we did a full walkthrough of this parcel. We viewed both properties, both houses, and measured all of the buildings, the outbuildings, everything else on this property. 2017, there was the building that was moved there, so they moved a pole building from 2800 South Seminole Highway to the 2266 South Sinene. And they also moved a 22 by 24 garage onto this property. In 8/3 of 2020, we did have an open book, a meeting. This year, the majority were via phone because of COVID. The property owner provided us a sketch of his properties, which he believed were the correct acreage based on what he was tilling. We offered to come out and measure, physically measure everything and walk with him to measure what was tillable and what wasn't, but he chose to give us an air photo instead. On the bottom is the two land records. We have the tillable acres again, and also the egg home site acres. Page 3 shows the other building improvements. Those are the yard buildings. So we have a farm implement building, estimated year built in 1972, 30 by 54, in fair condition. We have a garage, estimated year built 1932, which is 22 by 24, in fair condition. We have another implement pole building with metal sided, estimated year built 1998, 30 by 40, in average condition. We have another pole building with metal sided, estimated year built 2000, 50 by 80, with an overhead door, in average condition. There's also a farm utility building, an arch, a Quonset hut, estimated year built 1920, 36 by 60, in very poor condition. We have a barn, another pole frame building, estimated year built 1900, 40 by 22, in average condition. There's also an old dairy barn, estimated year built around 1900, D grade, 26 by 60, and that we have classified as unusable. There's a lean-to of 28 by 18 in poor condition. There's also another pole building, year built 2005, in average condition. And then there's a storage building, metal sided, 50 by 24, in average condition. The next page will show the data concerning one of the houses on this property. So this house is one-story ranch, wood-sided, no air conditioning, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, average condition. It has a full basement of 1,936 square feet. Of that area, we have 740 as finished and classified as rec room. And the first floor, we have 1,936 square feet. It is a C grade. There's a 100 square foot open porch, 192 square foot deck, and an 800 square foot garage. The back side of this will show the sketch of the property. Then the next page will list the details of the second building, the older building. This is a 2-story old-style wood-framed home. We use the estimated year built of 1900. It has no AC, 2 bedrooms, 2 other rooms, 3 bathrooms. The equipment rating is average, kitchen rating is fair, bath is fair, Interior and exterior ratings are both listed at poor. Has 2 basement garage area stalls. The basement area is 1421, first floor is 915, and the second floor is 384 square feet. It is a D-grade quality property. It has an enclosed porch of 54 square feet, 120 square feet, another enclosed frame porch, and then a deck of 120 square feet. And the sketch of that is on the back side of that record card. All right, then we're going to skip the next couple pages because those 2 pages are for the second parcel. So we will then go to the market valuation detail page for parcel 0609-234-85034, and that tax key is listed at the top left-hand corner. So on this page, under the land, it has the tillable and the ag land. On this page, on the market valuation detail, that will show you what the full value of each parcel would be. So in this case, the tillable land at fair market value, not assessed value, we have that at $15,700 is what we would consider the fair market value of this property for the 24.83 acres. And that value at full value would be $389,800. Then we have the 3.15 acres at $40,000 per acre to come in at $126,000 for the full market value of $515,800. So you will see that that value is different than the assessed value of the land on the first page of the record card. Okay. Then we have the breakdown for the first home, the one-story ranch. So that replacement cost new is $283,930, less the depreciation of $113,572 for the market value of $170,400 for that house. The back side of that has the valuation then for the 2-story old style, the old farmhouse. That replacement cost new is $150,137, less the depreciation of $90,082 for a total market value of $60,100 is what we have on that building. Then we have listed all of the outbuildings, and I will just give you the value after depreciation to expedite things, unless you'd like me to read it all into record. But the 30 by 54 implement building comes in at $4,500. The 22 by 24 garage comes in at $5,900. The 30 by 40 implement pole building, another one, comes in at $6,300. The 50 by 80 farm implement building comes in at $20,600. The 30 by 60 farm implement building comes in at $2,900. Another 40 by 22 barn comes in at $8,700. The old dairy barn comes in at $1,200. So on that one, you can see it still has some value based on that. The 28 by 18 lean-to comes in at $400. The 30 by 22 comes in at $5,700. And the 50 by 24 storage building comes in at $9,900. So we would consider the total, if you look at the left-hand side, the summary of the market value, the full market value, we believe, of the land would be $515,800. The total market value of the improvements would be $296,600 for a total market value of $812,400. And once again, that is different than what the total assessed value is of $429,000. So then we will skip the next page because that's for the next parcel.
May I interrupt 1 second?
Mm-hmm.
Just so the record reflects the reason for that. Would you please state the reason that the assessed value is different than, in your opinion, a market value?
Yes, when you have tillable land, they get ag use value. So when a farmer tills the property, anything that is used for agricultural purposes, they have an agricultural use. They're not assessed at full market value. I do have a sheet in the back, which I can go to, but the last sheet of your packet actually has the ag use guideline agricultural assessments. So the last sheet in your packet, we have it highlighted for the city of Fitchburg. The tillable one, the grade one on here, is $306 of assessed value per acre. Grade two comes in at $258 for assessed value. And grade three comes in at $188, and pasture is $75 per acre.
So according to Wisconsin statutes, this agricultural land gets preferential assessment, and the values are determined by the Department of Revenue. And these are the values that you've applied to the acreage that you presented in this appeal.
Correct.
Thank you.
And because of that, we've included some comps. So if you go to the next page, we have a map that shows the subject property of this subject property is in red. The back parcel is in the orange. And then the three green parcels are three sales of rural farm-type properties within the jurisdiction within this last year. We'll get to that. The next page is a sales comparison worksheet. As you can see, for this subject property, there's only 2 sales from this current year. Sales for these type of properties is not typical. We don't have a whole lot of farm set sales, so the sales comparison approach, in my opinion, for right now or for this jurisdiction, is not a good measure of the full value of that property. But on these, we've included them just for your reference to let you know that we have considered them and have looked at those values. So there is a sale, parcel number 0609-132-9003 at 4957 Haight Farm Road. That sale was in November of 2019 for $658,500. When adjusted to the subject, that pulls the value in at $586,700. The comparable sale, and that would be the full market value, not the ag use value. Okay, so it's making adjustments based on what we would consider the full market value of the tillable land and the other, all the undeveloped or anything that would be different between these properties. Then we have a parcel at 0609-221-9820-3 at 5310 Whalen Road. That sold for $998,700. When adjusted to the subject, it comes in at $968,500. So you can see when they're adjusted, because of those differences and the ag properties being so different, and in his case, he has 2 houses, many of these do not. Those comparable sales just are not reasonably comparable, in my opinion, to be used in this case. The average for the 2 properties comes in at $702,900. And these comparables adjust for all the differences. If you look at the comparability, the gross adjustments on comparable 1, it's 109%. The gross adjustments on comparable 2 is 139%. So that's why I'm saying, you know, it's making a lot of adjustments, and I don't consider them reasonably comparable in this case to put weight on the comparable process. We will skip the next page because that's the comparable worksheet for the back parcel. Then we've included an agricultural assessment guide, a couple pages out of the ag assessment guide that will show you some examples of how we would break out the land and how we should be classifying these properties. so you can see the first example 1 on the page that is labeled 15 on the bottom right-hand corner. That shows where you would measure out the area needed for those buildings, and then the area that would be designated for your tillable, and if you had road right-of-way, how that would be calculated in. And then the back page would just show if you had any additional, page 16 of that. They're not in order. We kind of put it together as we present. But that shows other variances. If you had ag forest or if you had undeveloped land, you would measure the area of each classified classification, and you would create a separate line and a separate valuation per classification. Then if you can go a couple pages further, the page that is marked 9 at the bottom, it defines what other or class 7 is. So that would be the area where his buildings are. State law, section 70.32, paren 2, paren C, 1M of the statute states, defines other as buildings and improvements including any residence from the farm operator's spouse, children, parents, or grandparents, and the land necessary for the location and convenience of those buildings and improvements. Residences located directly on a farm operator's land are classes as other. Residences of the farm operator's spouse, children, parents, or grandchildren are eligible. Land and improvements classified as other are valued at their market value. Then if you go to 2 pages beyond that, it is labeled 8 at the bottom right-hand corner. Well, I don't think I really need to talk about that, so let's skip that. So we'll skip that, we don't need to discuss that for this parcel. Then we've included also an email that we had a little email correspondence with the Department of Revenue. In this, we inquired, the Department of Revenue, the Equalization Bureau reviews all large acre sales each year. And when they do that, they calculate what the average value is, the full market value for each of these, what I refer to as acre-based classes. Your class 4, which is your tillable land or your pasture, your agricultural land. Class 5, which is your undeveloped. Undeveloped is 50% of the full market value. Your class 6 would be your forest. And also your site value would be your class 7, your other classification. The values that were derived during 2019, for 2019's equated value, the tillable full market is $15,200 is what they arrived at for our jurisdiction. Swamp and waste was $2,000 per acre, and again, that would be 50% of that would be $1,000 per acre is what they would be assessed at for the undeveloped. Your ponds are undeveloped, that would be $1,800, and again, that would be 50%, so they would be assessed $900 for that. The forest would be $9,400. If it is adjacent to tillable land, then that would be a slightly different classification. It would be called ag forest, and that gets 50% of that value. So ag forest would be at $4,700 per acre, and then the site value at that $40,000. And again, the tillable, the full market value, they came in at $15,200, and as we discussed earlier, the assessed values for that tillable are on the next page. Of grade 1, $306, grade 2, $258, and grade 3, $188, and pastures comes in at $75,000. So let me just make sure I've gotten and touched on everything. So the market valuation detail that we talked about in here, summarizes the assessment calculations as completed by our automatic valuation model. The model is based on Volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and the 2019 arm's length sales. So in summary, there is not a recent arm's length sale of the subject property. I do not consider the improved sales to be really truly reflective when you adjust them because there's too many differences, so I would not consider those as reasonably comparable sales. So then we would go to all other measures based on cost and the best indicators of value for that. So consistent with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, we prepared a mass appraisal assessment of the property using a valuation model based on Volume 2 of the manual and 2019 arm's length sale. The mass appraisal assessment is supported and validated utilizing recent arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties adjusted for differences between them and the subject. And thank you, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. One point that was made by the assessor, there'll be a question for the assessor, is that he is concerned that this parcel is a non-conforming use. Did you consider that element as you looked at establishing the value of the property?
We use the standardized cost tables that we have for ag properties. Many rural properties like this, the farm properties, that's very typical of the majority of those properties. You know, many farm properties will have more than one house on them. He has still been bringing in buildings, so he is still allowed to put additional buildings on, and that shows by the building permit. So it is not something that we have adjusted for in any, because we have no evidence to make an adjustment or no supporting information to know how much of an adjustment or what type of adjustment that it would play a factor on this property.
Okay. Question for you, Mr. Jones. When you bought this property, were those conditions existing at the time of purchase?
The non-conforming,
Yes.
that's a zoning term. So it's not the non-conforming use. It's non-conforming according to the zoning statute in the city of Fitchburg.
Well, that seemed to be your argument. I want to know, was it zoned that way when you bought it?
It was considered one parcel when I purchased it. That came after 2000, where because of the division of the two properties was created with the railroad tracks. The city considered, when I purchased it, considered it as one parcel. So I would answer your question, I believe it to be a no. It was considered one parcel at that time. And the distinction of that came along when the railroad tracks that divides it was identified by the city as another owner, which created then the two parcels. And I believe that was after 2002.
The railroad track has been there for 100 years. So
Yes,
I'm
the
not
city-
sure how that could have not been two parcels at the time you bought it.
The city considered it one parcel, Mike.
So this is a zoning issue that the city has applied to your property since you purchased it.
Yes.
And have you talked to the city's zoning appeals board?
I've gone to zoning many times with it, and that's how they
Okay.
describe it.
So you see this as a zoning issue that's impacting the value of your property. Is that my assumption correct?
You are correct. I feel that the zoning and the value are somewhat tied together. I understand, when we spoke at Open Book, that the assessor's office does not look at zoning, considering the value, but it is part of the value.
Okay, well, the assessor's guidelines in that manual is value first, classify second. So at this point, I just wanted to make sure I was clear as to how that property got to the point it is now and whether or not it has any impact on the value as we're looking at it today.
The sales is yeah, like I described before, it's a very difficult property.
Okay.
And by dividing that two, we'll speak of the second one in, I assume, in just a few minutes.
Correct.
But the front piece is less than 35 acres, so it makes it non-conforming.
He would still have the ability to sell each parcel independently if he were to, he would just have to grant an easement to that back parcel. And there was actually, I don't know if let me see if the photo shows that. But there are two parcels that were actually parceled off of this original parcel. It happened to come up during open book. So let me just find that, if it shows it on here. So on I think the first air photo that we have, if you look at his farm site, which is, measured out in green on here, you can see that there are actually two parcels that are like wedged out of the lower southerly off of Syene Road. And the one parcel, they actually owned all of this land. And when they built their home, that's what she was telling me, is they actually grew up in the old farmhouse. And when they built that home, I believe it was after her husband passed away, I thought she said is when they parceled those off and then sold that back portion to him. So I believe it would have all been, part of that sale when he did that. It's zoned, let me just go to our record card for the zoning on it. Sorry, I have a lot of things. So it is zoned exclusively agriculture, like other properties are zoned. So there may be, as far as that, it's still zoned the same as the other ag properties that we're valuing at that $40,000 per acre
Okay.
for the site.
Mike, could I address that for the record?
One other question, Mark.
Yes, sir.
There's two houses.
Yes, sir.
What's the function of the second house?
My daughter lives in it.
Okay, so,
She's a family member.
okay.
And that's why we did not change that to residential, that portion. If he were to rent it, then I would have valued that area as residential classification.
Okay.
And if it was residential, then that would be $70,000 per acre for that portion, because the residential is valued at a higher rate. A rural residential is valued at a higher rate than an agricultural site is.
Understood. I just wanted to make sure that there's, again, special treatment in the law for family living on the farm. I wanted to make sure that there was family living in the other house. Go ahead then, Mr. Jones. You have another question?
No, I have a clarification. The two parcels, one belonging to, they were both gunlock parcels. They were separated before I purchased it. The Herb Gunlock property was done many years before, and then they had a septic failure and they had to increase, that's where the L piece was, to allow for a new septic to go in. And then the second home, the smaller home, was Mr. and Mrs. Gunlock, the grandparents, Francis and Geed. They lived in that house there, and those were separated before I purchased the property.
Okay.
And that was allowed, like I say, that was all considered one parcel, so that was allowed without any problems before I purchased it in 2002.
Okay. Anything else? Questions from the board? I think it makes sense to consider with the second parcel before we do our deliberations, since they are contiguous parcels. So, Mr. Jones, we'll go back to you to present your information relative to the second parcel under appeal today. And I believe in looking at the air photo, it's primarily vacant land, or is there some structures on it?
There is two structures on it.
Okay,
The parcel is 0609-234-8 2. It's a 39.5 acre parcel. This parcel is landlocked from access to any road. On the east side, the frontage is on Highway 14 with no access allowed to that road. On the west side, the railroad tracks divides it. There's only one legal recorded access to this property, which is across the railroad tracks on parcel 1. North and south side are private owners. There is no road access to this property. So if this property were to be sold to anyone other than the north or the south owners, no legal access would be allowed according to Fitchburg ordinance. It's too great a distance to use an easement to access it. And that easement can make the front parcel more non-conforming. So that would not be an allowable access to this property. This property is totally landlocked. It has some wet soils included in it, and steep access up to the woods, the 5.3 acre woods. The 5.3 acre woods does not qualify for any agricultural forest programs because of its size. It had been logged in the past. There's some large oak trees on it, which we did not take because of the Heritage Oak Program that the city has. When I spoke with the assessor's office in open book, if we removed all the trees and cropped it, it would drop. The value would, or the assessment would drop. Or if it were fenced and pastured, that is another way we could do it. So it really looks, there's 3 different ways we can adjust the, but my main point is that it's landlocked. And where that's a large enough parcel, and it does have a split, you can't use it. So I feel the value should be lower than it is. Thank you.
Okay. I will refer to the assessor then. And again, I just want the record to note that Mr. Jones did not provide any indication of market value to support his conclusion that this parcel should be assessed at $42,000.
Okay, thank you. Again, we've distributed the information previously, and so I'll go through this to make sure everything is covered in case we go to further courts. So we've distributed written information summarizing the basis for completing the 2020 assessment of the subject property. I'll briefly summarize the written documents with oral testimony. On the first page, section 1 is a summary of my qualifications to complete the assessment. So I've worked here for the city. I've worked in the assessing industry for over 20 years. I have my Assessor 2 certification. I've worked here in Fitchburg with the assessing department for 4 years. I worked with Janesville, City of Janesville for 8.5. I worked in equalization. I also worked at the City of Madison. I have my degree in landscape architecture and have attended various classes over the years. Section 2 states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value, of a property as of January 1 of 2020. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. State Statute 70.32 outlines that property shall be valued in accord with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and at the full value which could ordinarily be obtained, therefore a private sale, when such sale conforms to definition of recent arm's-length sales. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy if it is used in determining market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That the purpose of mass appraisal is equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as a systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date, using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisal, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a full or market value assessment roll, the estimated level of assessment is 100%. So on the next page, again, is a location map. The back green area that's outlined in green is the parcel that we are talking about, parcel 0609-234-8000-2. As you can see, there is a couple buildings on the back corner and some forested area, and then agricultural land. We'll skip the next page because that's the front parcel. And then the following page is what the appellant gave us during open book. Originally, we had the tillable at 33 acres, the ag forest at 6 acres, and the site at 0.5 acres. The tillable we are valuing after the open book meeting at 33.7, 5.3 acres of forest, and 0.5 of the site. So then we will skip the next record card that is included. That's for the front parcel. And we will go to the record card that says parcel number 0609-234-8200 in the upper left-hand corner. On the first page, you will see that we have this classified as 3 different classes. We have the ag home site class as a ½ acre at $20,000 for their land value underneath those buildings. The 3rd grade tillable, we have that as 33.7 acres, and that because it gets ag use value. The ag use value is coming in at $6,300. Then we have the ag use forest, so that's the forested area, and that is 5.3 acres, and we have that value at $24,900. So we have that full value, and ag use gets 50% of full market value. This is also in the ag home site neighborhood. Then on the back side of that page, we have no recent building permits, no recent sale history. That was due to a trust deed that you see there in 2016. We have some property notes below that. So on June 19th of 2020, Nick added the buildings that were not previously listed. There are the buildings in the back that were not previously valued. He found them based on the aerial photo, and they were estimated built between 2005 and 2010. So that building was something we found this year. We also shifted part of the acres into a home site, because if you have buildings on the land, they should be classified as other if they're used for agricultural purposes. We did have an open book meeting, and based on the information he provided, we made some adjustments to that area and those acres. Then the next page of the property record card lists the 2 buildings that we've added for the 2020 assessment roll. We have a farm implement pole building with metal siding, estimated year built of 2002, 46 by 80 square feet, average condition. It has an overhead door and no concrete floor. And I think that was also an open book change. We had valued it with a concrete floor, and the property owner told us that it didn't have, so we made that adjustment to that value based on that concrete floor. Some of the outbuildings include that, others don't. So you have to add things or subtract things depending on the type of building you have. Then we also have a utility shed, estimated year built of 1910. Width is 18 by 30, and average condition. We did not view those. Those were added based on the air photos and on then the conversation that I believe Nick had with Mr. Jones during open book when he talked to him on the phone. So the next page, we will skip the next 1, 2, 3 sheets of paper, and we'll go to the market valuation detail that has the parcel number at the top of 0609-234-8000-2. Here again, we have the breakout of the full market value for the 3 classes of property. The tillable, the 33.7 acres of tillable, the full market value we have would be at $529,100. The residual forest land, or the ag forest, that value is at $49,800. And the ag site, and that's just the area needed to support those buildings, that value is at $20,000 for a full market value of $598,900. Then the 46 by 80 outbuilding, after depreciation, the replacement cost new less depreciation, that comes in at $18,900. The 18 by 30 utility shed, after replacement cost new less depreciation, that comes in at $2,400. So we believe the full market value of the land to be $598,900, the improvements of $21,300, and the total value of $622,200. Again, that is different than the assessed value because the ag land gets ag use. If they have forests adjacent to the ag land, they get 50%, and so that has a different value also. The next page is a map that would show some recent sales that are similar, but again, we didn't really consider these reasonably comparable sales, but we have included those for you. The subject on this map is in orange, and the three sales that we looked at for improved parcels were the 3 parcels in green on this map. We'll skip the next 2 sheets of paper, and then we'll go to the 2020 sales comparable grid, parcel number 0609-234-8000-2 on the upper left-hand corner. Comparable 1, 0609-262-8020-2, 5169 Burn Road. That sold in December of 18 for $325,000. And after adjustments to that and this subject property, it comes in at $481,700. Comparable 2 was parcel 0609-221-98203, 5310 Whalen Road. That sold in June of 2019 for $998,700 when adjusted to the subject property. That comes in at $771,700 for full market value. And comparable 3, 0609-132-9000-3 at 49578 Farm Road. That sold November of 2019 for $658,500. When adjusted to the subject, it came in at $394,500. As you can see, if you look at the gross adjustments, they are pretty extreme. Comp 3 is 224%, so I do not consider these reasonably comparable sales. They are sales that we can show you if you would like those sales, but I do not consider them really reasonably comparable sales. Then the next page, the next few pages are some pages out of the 2020 Agricultural Assessment Guide for Wisconsin property owners. Again, giving examples of showing how the assessor or how your land is broken out and classified. I believe the best example would be on the second back of the first page, labeled page 16 in the lower right-hand corner. This shows an example of an area that would be the other, so where you would have your buildings. It shows an area of tillable. In this example, it shows pasture, undeveloped, and ag forest. So it explains how you would measure and calculate kind of that process. And it also notes only the 13 acres of tillable cropland and the 6 acres of pasture are devoted primarily to agricultural use and classified as agricultural land. So it must be devoted primarily to agricultural use to have the ag use value. On the sheet, if you go back, turn a couple sheets, and the one marked with page 9 at the bottom, this classifies other, or your class 7, or your agri home site, however you want to call it. State law, section 70.32, paren 2, paren C, paren 1M, defines other as buildings and improvements, including any residence for the farm operator, spouse, children, parents, or grandparents, and the land necessary for the location and convenience of those buildings and improvements. Then, if you go a couple more pages back, there's some email correspondence between Nick and the Department of Revenue stating what those land values would be at full market value. The tilled for 2020 would be $15,700. The undeveloped swamp and waste was $2,100, ponds $1,800, forest $9,400, and site at $40,000. Those would be the full market value of the land. And then the last piece, a page of the packet, lists the 2020 use value guidelines for agricultural assessment. So for our jurisdiction, grade 1 tillable is assessed at $306 per acre. Grade 2 tillable is $258 per acre. Grade 3 at $188 per acre, and the pasture at $75 per acre. So the tillable land is valued on ag use. The forest land is valued on at 50% of fair market value of the forest. And then the site is valued at what is calculated at the fair market, what we consider the market value for our area, at $40,000 per acre for a site value. So then in summary, there is not a recent arm's length sale of the subject property. We've included a couple comparable sales, but I really don't consider those reasonably comparable because of the extreme adjustments that are being made between the properties. Consistent with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, we prepared a mass appraisal assessment of the property using a valuation model based on Volume 2 of the manual and 2019 arm's length sales. The mass appraisal assessment is supported and validated utilizing recent arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, adjusted for differences between them and the subject property. And thank you, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. For the clerk, I would like to have Assessor's Exhibit that is presented, marked as both Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2, because it covers 2 parcels.
Would you like a second copy? We do have an additional one if you need just 2 separately. I don't know.
No, one is fine. Thank you.
I'd also like the same thing done with Mr. Jones's appeal and his information, as he did read most of it into the record. So please mark that the same, Exhibit 1, Assessor's Exhibit 1, and Assessor's Exhibit 1 and 2 for the Assessor's Report, Taxpayer Exhibit 1 and 2 for the information submitted with his appeal form by Mr. Jones.
Thank you.
Mike, I have, is it appropriate for me to make a comment?
Certainly, we'll give you a chance.
On the example, on page 15 of the Ag Guide, understand that it does show a right-of-way to this property, and there is none. There is no access to this property from any roads. The access is only through other people's land. And that example, I feel is not appropriate because it does show a right-of-way. There was one more item. Yeah, that was it. There again, I just reiterate that is inaccessible, and that's a zoning thing, and I understand that we have to look at that, but I feel they have to be looked at least somewhat together, and they have made some reductions, and I appreciate that. But when we became a city, our first zoning person was the assessor, because we as a town board and the first young city felt that the two of them had to be looked at together, at least with some consideration, because zoning does make a difference. All of the parcels that have been listed in here as comparable properties either are not farmed or just open land, and they all have road access. If I were selling a parcel to any of you, you would want to have the ability to access the property, and you do not with that parcel. So there's only two people, the land to the north and south, that could access that property legally. So I feel that has a huge bearing on the value of the property. Thank you.
Okay, any questions on this?
May I add something to that?
Certainly.
That example on page 15, that, those are just examples for various different scenarios, and not everything. In that case, what that means is oftentimes farm sites, their legal description goes to like the center line of the road. They technically by the legal description, they would go out to the center line of the road. And so you would pull that portion out, and they have minimal value associated with that because everybody else is driving on that road. But they still value that. They still put a minimal value of typically $100 per acre on road right-of-way. And also, most farms, based on my experience when I worked in equalization, you typically wouldn't sell the back parcel off when it's a farm site and leave the front parcel. Typically, they would be sold together as, on the same deed and that. So you typically wouldn't sell that off as a separate parcel number.
Okay. Any questions for the taxpayer or the assessor from the board? Hearing none, let's move to our deliberations then. On the first parcel, the one with the homes, I'd open that for discussion. Well, hearing none, I'll start then. As I look at this information, I can understand the taxpayer's concern about the zoning, and the best way to determine whether zoning has a value impact is to present sales that are subject to the same type of zoning restrictions to those that aren't. And we did not get anything like that from the taxpayer this morning. So I find it very difficult, since we do not have market data to guide us, to say that this one particular concern, does this concern impact the use of his property? Well, he has two homes, which qualifies under the current zoning requirements. It meets the standard that the Department of Revenue has established for agricultural use value classification, and I think the assessor followed those standards as she put together her summary and analysis. So based on that, without market evidence supporting the taxpayer's opinion of value, I feel that the assessor, being presumed correct, the burden has not been overcome by the taxpayer in this appeal. Comments and questions?
Yeah, I believe I agree with the chair's assessment of what's been presented here today, although I would note for the taxpayer's benefit that it appears there's a challenge finding comparable properties, but the assessor only has so much time to spend on that endeavor. A private appraiser diligently examining comparable sales may turn up something better or find a way to use comparables out there to address the market value if you believe there's a difference there. But unfortunately, we haven't been presented with anything like that this morning, and we have to base our decision on the information that's presented to us, and we can't speculate about what that process might yield. I just note that because we do have an unusual situation with respect to the comparables. And, you know, there might be an avenue there that you can pursue at some later date, perhaps next year. Again, I agree that based on the presentation to us, the assessors presume correct. We don't have information that gives us another path other than to affirm the assessment value this morning. But it is a unique parcel, and, you know, I think it might be worth some further investigation at a later point.
Okay, I will make a motion then that we sustain the assessment.
I will second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oh, may I clarify, the motion is with respect to both parcels, or are we just with respect to the?
The first parcel, which was 609-234-8000-2, 39.5 acres. Wait, that's the second parcel, sorry. 609-234-8503-4, 27.9 acres.
Yeah, I second that.
Okay. The adjusted motion and second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Please let the record note it's a unanimous decision. Second parcel under consideration. I'll call it the back parcel. Parcel number 609-234-8000-2. Assessed value $72,500. For the same guidance we used in the earlier parcel of this appeal, I would submit that we sustain the assessment at the assessed value for the same reasons.
I second the motion.
So we have a motion and a second. Again, on this one, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Please again let the record note that it is a unanimous decision and that the value is developed by the assessor at $72,500 is sustained. I thank all the parties for their professional presentations. Unfortunately, when you have a unique property, sometimes it's difficult in a short period of time to come up with a fair and economic conclusion. I think based on what we heard today, the assessor did a pretty decent job, and I can understand your concerns, Mr. Jones. But at this point, unfortunately, we are not, by statute, allowed to make any kind of modifications for you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the board's time that you spent on this. Just so you know that when each of you speak, I can hear you clearly. When the assessor speaks, for whatever reason, it's extremely difficult to clarify, to hear. I don't know where the mic was or whatever, but going forward, when you move forward, I would ask that you ask all parties if they can hear it clearly, because I caught maybe half of the presentation that Amy presented. Most of it I know, so I'm not saying that that's an issue. I'm just moving forward. It's extremely difficult to hear. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Oh, the clerk has marked a determination form. She's going to present them to you, indicating that they sustain the assessment. On the back of those forms is further appeal options if you're so interested in following up. So please take a brief look at it. That is basically stating that you've received the notice from the board that they've sustained your assessment at the value provided from the assessment roll.
So these are in duplicate, Mark, so this is for the 8503 parcel, and that's for the 8,000 parcel. It's just basically carrying these
I
numbers
understand.
over. That's what the board approved, and these are your copies to keep, and these are just my copies If you could sign them so I have record that you received them. And then this information here at the bottom is how you. Brought your own pen. Good job.
Yeah, COVID requires that, so that shouldn't be there.
Well, we wipe it down.
It was here when I got here.
Yeah, you're the first one. All right, and I'm just gonna put the date on here for you. So
Thank you very much.
Today is the 24th.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Getting back to our agenda, we have now concluded items A and B. Item C is Waterford Glen Homeowners Association, as well as D. So it looks like we have two parcels that this group is also concerned about the assessments. Are the parties representing them here?
They are not here. They were notified of their time of 11 o'clock on September 21st. So they were notified well in 48 hours in advance.
Have you heard anything from them?
I have not. No, I have not.
No?
Mike, I do have the subpoenas ready for the commercial, if you would like to use this time to sign those, or you can sign those afterwards, that's up to you.
Well, I think I'd like to get item 3 of our agenda taken care of, and then we can, I'm not sure what time the item E is scheduled for,
That's scheduled for 11:30.
11:30. Waterford Glen Homeowners Association, parcel number 609-157-2775 dash, and it doesn't show on my printout, -2, well, next line, -2. Waterford Glen Homeowners Association, 609-151-2800-0. 609-151-2775-2.
Okay.
There's no one here to represent the Property Owners Association on these two appeals. They have been properly noticed in a timely fashion. With no one showing, I would recommend that we dismiss these appeals for lack of evidence.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, please let the record show as a unanimous decision. At this point, we have a few minutes before our next appeal, which would be on our agenda item 3E is here, or scheduled to be here. And the assessor has informed us she has some additional business we can take care of. I would like to move ahead to item 4 briefly, so that we can take care of that new business and use this time wisely rather than sitting here waiting for the taxpayers to show up. So Madam Assessor, if you would share that information with us, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. Amy Seibel, are you on? Are you listening? Is there anything else you want to add about these subpoenas?
Thank you, Amy. Can you hear me?
Yes,
All right. Let me just explain what will be the process. Here, I'm gonna. Okay. And you can probably see me now as
we
well.
can.
All right. The board last week approved the issuance of subpoenas. We have since had the opportunity to review the information and have prepared subpoenas that'll be presented to the board. After the chairman signs the subpoena, we will serve them. We have a cover letter where the assessor will take responsibility with a cover letter to serve them to the registered agent, and in one case to serve them to the agent of record per the agent authorization forms that have been filed with the board. And in one case, we have a subpoena to Associated Bank to obtain the appraisal documents for a loan on one of the properties. And that will be served on the registered agent in Madison. So we will take care of, after the subpoenas are signed today, we will take care of serving them. And there is a return date of October 7th identified in the subpoenas that the requested documents must be provided by then. As the board decided last week, the board does not have to be in session in order to receive the subpoena documents, but that the board would then adjourn to another date that I don't believe has been set yet to then act on the waiver requests that have been submitted after the assessors had the opportunity to review the materials and determine the level of compliance and whether or not to make any recommendations for adjustments to the assessments after the materials are received and reviewed.
Thank you, Amy. Are these subpoenas similar or identical to the one we used and requested information from Hy-Vee last year?
It is similar. The statute provides that the assessor has the right to subpoena information that may tend to throw light on the value of the property. And so these are, the information that's requested is customized to the type of property. Last year, Hy-Vee was a retail property. The majority of these are apartment buildings. So some of the requests are slightly different, but they all, we believe, will tend to throw light on the value of the property based on the particular type of property that's involved.
So in looking at the packet that was presented, I see 8 separate subpoenas. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And we received the objection forms for these properties in a timely fashion. We concluded that last week, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I would then put it to the board for a determination. Should we agree and sign the subpoenas as requested by the assessor for additional information to help her to conclude if the value as provided in the assessment roll for these parcels is fair and equitable?
I'm sorry. I move that we do that.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Please let the record note as unanimous decision. And I will sign these as we sit here so that we can get these taken care of and moving as soon as possible. Subpoena number 1, Hatchery Hill 3 LLC. Subpoena number 2, Fred, Fitchburg Retail LLC. Subpoena number 3, Fred Elon LLC. Subpoena number 4, All Soccer Inline Hockey LLC. This subpoena also includes an attachment identified as Exhibit A. I guess all of them do. Next subpoena, Franklin Square Condominiums LLC. Sorry if they're going to have trouble reading my signature. I was stung in the hand yesterday twice by 2 wasps, and it's still bothering me a little bit, so my penmanship isn't quite as clear as it normally would be. Fahey Fields Apartments LLC, Associated Bank, National Association. And Park Bank ATM 6529. I'll give these subpoenas to the clerk so that they can properly be recognized and the process started.
Okay.
Okay, I see we have our next representative here with us. So we're going to move back to agenda item 3E. Ham Farmlands LLC. Is that correct, Mr. Sviam?
Yeah, Ham Fam Lands LLC.
Okay. Now here I notice there are 4 appeals.
Correct.
Are these, I see 2 of them are private alleys and 3 of them are infiltration areas.
Correct.
Can the infiltration areas, the testimony be applied to all 3, or do we have to do them all separately?
All 3 at once is fine.
All 3 at once,
Sure,
okay? And the same thing with the private alley,
certainly.
okay? Let's start then with the infiltration area. Let me just find your appeals.
Attorney Seibel, are you listening?
I am listening, yes.
We're moving to the outlots now.
So, Amy, are some of these ones where we're going to ask for completed objection forms, or are some of these you've agreed to change the assessment on this first group of Ham Fam?
The Ham Fam are the ones that I sent you the email about last night.
Correct. And so I noticed that these objection forms are the same as what we're going to talk about in the next category of properties. There's no information completed in section 3.
Okay,
What we were going to ask the board to do with respect to this group of objections, and then as well as the next group that we're going to be talking about next is, I don't know if the board members has a copy of the objection forms in front of them for these group of properties. But if you look in section 3, it states reasons for objection and basis of estimate. And for these 4 properties, it was left blank. Does everyone see that? Do you all have that in front of you?
we do have
now?
objection forms in front of us.
All right. The Wisconsin statutes require an objection form to be completed. And if it's not completed, it could be held invalid by the board, or the board can ask the taxpayer to complete the objection form. If the board moves forward with a valuation hearing, then the board has waived its right to ask for a completed objection form. And so some of the materials that Amy Mercer has made copies of for the board are some of the guides that the Department of Revenue presents. If you look at the guide, the 2020 guide for border review members, if you have that, if a copy has been distributed to each of you.
Yes.
All right. If you turn to page 11 of that publication, in the middle of the page for, under subsection B, Border of Review Chairperson, one of the duties of the Board of Review Chairperson is to verify that each objection form is and complete. And that requirement is further identified in that same publication if you go to page 28. Under section E, there's a first case there that's identified, State ex rel, Reese versus Board of Review of the Town of Erin. This is an older case from the Wisconsin Supreme Court from 1965. And if you look at the conclusion that's stated in this publication, it states that the majority of the court held that the property owner had not properly filled out the objection form and therefore had no right to a board of review hearing. Also, the Wisconsin statutes under section 70.47, 7A requires that every objector fill out a written form and in good faith make full disclosure to the board. And that has been interpreted by the courts to mean that a complete objection form must be submitted. Otherwise, Amy, have you handed out that statute too to the board members?
She did.
Yes, I handed out all 4 packets that we discussed.
All right.
And I have tabs on each one and highlighted with what Amy has. So I put little red pulley tabs on the areas that we're referring to.
All right. So if you turn to the Wisconsin statute 70.47.7A, it specifically provides that no person shall be allowed to appeal an assessment, whether, and it doesn't, unless they have made full disclosure to the board. And that means a complete written objection form.
Understood. I understand
pardon?
I understand the law, and I also understand that the taxpayer did not have a reasonable amount of time to submit this appeal. And so I'm going to put it up to the board to make the determination as to whether we're going to accept the objection forms with section 3 being blank, or give the taxpayer's representative who's here this morning the opportunity to submit the revised form with his objection, section 3 reason for objection to be completed. And yes, I understand the statutes give us the right to say we don't want to hold this appeal, but when you go back to those court cases, especially the Supreme Court case, it was because the opinion of market value or the value of the property was not included, not that a line of reason for objection was not completed. And so based on that, I think the board has discretion to either ask the taxpayer to complete the form or deny it if we feel that the rest of the form doesn't cover the statutory requirements we think are important. So at this point, I'm going to open it up to the board for their discussion as to whether or not we give the taxpayer the opportunity, since he's here this morning, to complete section 3, so then resubmit them as a completed form, or if we're going to follow the letter of the law of the statute and tell him that because of the technicality that the form is not fully completed, that we will not accept his appeals this morning. So I open it up to the board.
If I might add one other thing, Mr. Chairman, you're absolutely right. The board has absolute discretion on whether to waive an incomplete objection form or require a taxpayer to complete it. There is another statute that's appropriate to consider, and that's in your packet, and it's 70.47(7)AE. And in that statute, that is the statute that requires an objector to provide the basis for their objection, which is, so the questions in section 3 are addressed in 70.47(7)AE. And so the board is well within its rights to require, based on the statute, require the property owner to complete section 3 in writing and resubmit it to the board.
Thank you. So, as I look at these appeals, they're for infiltration areas and private alleys. The assessed value ranges from $3,000 to $200. Taxpayers' opinions, which were included on each appeal, range from $50 to $100. I guess he didn't know that the county doesn't allow any assessments under $100 on the assessment roll. So it's our determination now as a board, do we accept these appeals as submitted, or ask the taxpayer to update them and fully complete them, or deny the appeal because the objection form is not complete? So those are our three alternatives at this point.
I've got a question. If we agree to let him finish the forms, would we be hearing the rest of it today, or would it have to be rescheduled?
Be up to him. If he wants to continue the day, we could certainly do that.
Okay.
I have reviewed the statute and I've read this case. I do think it's important that the case taught, the Board of Review in the case didn't hear the appeal because there was no opinion of assessed value given by the taxpayer. As the chair noted, they read that as being a absolute requirement to even proceed with a hearing. There's a number filled in on your opinion of assessed value in each of the forms, so I think that threshold is met. I question whether AE requires a written presentation of information used to arrive at the estimate. I think they have to specify in writing the estimate of the value, which has been done. And then it says they have to specify the information that the person used to arrive at that estimate. But it doesn't say in writing, it just says when appearing before the board. So, maybe I'm parsing that too finely, but the point is, I think, we've got an opinion of assessed value, and we've got an individual appearing before us at the designated time, who I presume is going to provide us with whatever information he thinks he can provide that will support how he arrived at that value, which is what we're here to do, is take sworn oral testimony to hear why he thinks that value is supported. So we can give him a chance to fill out the form or not. I think regardless, we've got an opinion of value in writing, which the statute requires, and we have a person appearing before the board, who I presume is appearing here to specify the information that he used to arrive at that estimate. So considering that, I think we should proceed to hear the appeal, because I think we've got the things before us that we need to consider the appeal. So that's my opinion.
Okay. Other discussion by the board members?
Yeah, I think that interpretation of AE is fair, because it says specify in writing, but then later it says just specify, whether it's in writing or not.
I'm good.
Okay. After our discussion, I'd open it up for a motion to either option 1, 2, or 3. Option 1 would be to accept the form as submitted. Option 2 would be to give it back to the taxpayer and ask him to fully complete section 3. And option 3, or the third option, would be to deny the right of appeal today.
Well, yeah, I would move to proceed with the appeal, and I don't think we need to give it back to him. He could scribble in there based on what I'm about to say, and we'd have a completed form, but I'm not sure it really, helps the process a lot. I think he's here before us to provide additional information, and we should hear from him and then make our determination. So my motion would be to proceed to hear the appeal based on the form we have before us, which I think gives us enough under the statute to say we have a good grounds to proceed with the appeal. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Let the record note, it's a unanimous decision to hear the appeal. Since the taxpayer is here, we'll specifically ask him to clearly state his reasons for your objection. But before we begin, we do have some details we have to take care of. First, we're going to swear you in, so I'd ask the clerk to do that. You can remain seated.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Phil Sviam.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sviam. As I said, I do have some information to
okay.
present. The 5 parcels that we're looking at today are, I don't have parcel numbers in front of me on my, for some reason they didn't print when I printed the agenda. See if they're on this copy.
Parcel numbers are listed on the attachments in your packet to the objection form. So if you go to the second page of each objection form, you'll see the parcel numbers in the upper left-hand corner.
I am not seeing it, Tracy.
Here. So there's a DCI map.
Oh, second page.
Yep.
Good. First parcel. And again, we're planning to look at these as combined parcels for alleys and for infiltration area. This appears to be an infiltration area, 609-182-2550-2. Six oh nine one eight two 2800-2. I'm not sure if this is an alley or infiltration area. It's hard to distinguish from the aerial photo. 609-182-2825-2. 609-073-4175-2. Looks to be another infiltration area. Parcel number 609-073-4200-2. Again, another infiltration area. So there are 3 infiltration areas and 2 that are identified as alleyways. Mr. Sviam, Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome that presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving the assessor has erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. The standards are: best evidence of value is a recent arm's length sale of the subject property. Next would be sales of reasonably comparable property, then all other approaches to value, such as the income approach for income-producing properties and the cost approach on special purpose or unique properties where there is not an active market. At this time, please share any exhibits that you will be reading into the record. You have any to present this morning?
The only, it's on? Okay. The only exhibits I had were the ones that I included with the objections 8 or 9 days ago.
Okay, this is sworn oral testimony, so are you going to be reading those into the record?
Do you have the exhibits that I included last week?
These are copies of sheets from the county.
Yes, it
Land records?
highlighted what properties these are, including the alleys and the infiltration areas.
Okay, if there's information on there that you're going to want us to
Yes.
consider, you read it into the record, please.
Okay,
It's sworn oral testimony.
okay.
Has there been a recent sale of any of the properties that we're looking at this morning?
No,
Did you attend the open book and review the property record card with the assessment or assessor staff?
no.
And why not?
I had conversations with Amy Mercer after receiving all of the different assessed valuations.
So you did talk to the assessor? or the
Yes,
assessor staff?
over the phone. or actually through a Zoom meeting.
That's fine, thank you. Okay, with that taken care of, let's start with the ones that are identified as infiltration areas.
It's on, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay.
Please
All right.
begin.
These, first of all, my apologies for not completing section 3. There was an oversight. I did clarify that these were infiltration areas, and again, my mistake for not including the reason for the objection. But that is the objection. There are 3 infiltration areas in this neighborhood. There's a newly completed neighborhood at the corner of Lacey and Fitchburg Road. There are no water detention ponds in this neighborhood. It is all infiltration terrace, as well as these 3 infiltration areas specifically for that. They're not buildable. They cannot be sold for any other purpose. The value of these are not anything of any real value. The value of having detention or having infiltration areas, I believe, is a value found in the homes themselves that are being assessed and taxed. So that the enhanced value that is perhaps accrued to the homeowners is already calculated in the value of their homes. These will be owned by homeowners association, nonprofit, and they're required to maintain these infiltration areas. So there's no city cost associated with these properties. They are only to manage and infiltrate stormwater. Again, there is no market value, and reading the reverse side of the letter dated August 17th regarding the assessment of the real estate, which took into account my conversation with the assessor. It says you must analyze it in the relation to full market value. There is no market value to these areas. So that's basically my response and my testimony regarding the objection to these 3 values of infiltration areas. Now, the $50, I'm sorry, I guess that was my oversight as well, the $100 minimum. I've never objected to any value of any property that I've ever been involved in Fitchburg until now. And I've never gotten assessment notices that I recall on outlots. So this is actually new to me after all these years. So that's my ignorance on objecting to these values. That's it.
Microphone.
Turn your mic on.
Turn it off so you won't hear me breathing. Sorry. We'll now defer to the assessor staff to present their indications as to how they established the value on these properties.
Thank you. Amy is currently distributing written information summarizing the basis for completing the 2020 assessment of the subject property. I will briefly summarize the written documents with oral testimony. On the first page, section 1 is a summary of my qualifications to complete the assessment. My name is Nick Hare. I'm employed with the City of Fitchburg as a residential appraiser. I have an Assessor 2 certification, which expires 2/28 of 2021. I've worked in real estate over 14 years and in the assessment industry for over 4 years. I currently have been working at the City of Fitchburg Assessing Office since March of 2019, and I previously worked at the Department of Revenue's Equalization Bureau. I have a bachelor's in finance and real estate from the University of Northern Iowa and a master's of business administration from Drake University. Section 2 states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value, of property as of January 1st, 2020. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. State Statute 7032 outlines that property shall be valued in accord with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and at the full value which could ordinarily be obtained therefore at a private sale, when such sales conform to the definition of recent arm's length sales. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy if it is used in determining market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as a systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a full or market value assessment role, the estimated level of assessment is 100%. So I understand we are doing two different sections. We are currently doing the water runoff sections. We have included all of the outlots and questions in the packet, so we will be skipping through a couple of pages in the packet. So the first page is the plat map for the first addition to Quarry Vista with the 5 referenced outlots highlighted. On the first page is outlots 11 and 13. 11 is 0734175-2. And outlot 13 is 0609-073-4200-2, and those are both used for water runoff control. If you flip that over, the highlighted parcel outlot 4 is 0609-182-2550-2 and is also used for water runoff. The next few pages show the property record cards. So we will be first referencing the first one is the outlot 4, and
I just want to clarify, we are only talking about the 3 outlots, or do you want us in our presentation to discuss the alleys also?
There's the 3 outlots.
Okay.
so the first property record card for 182-2550, that is outlot 4. And we have that listed as undeveloped, 0.205 acres of undeveloped with a land value of $200. And on the second page, it shows that we have the land use as swamp, pond. So undeveloped is usually classified as swamp or pond. They can be interchangeable. We will be referencing the pond statute from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual later in this presentation. And then the next page shows the market valuation detail of this land, giving the 0.025 acres at $2,000 per acre with a value of $400, and undeveloped land is classified at 50% of market value, which is why the assessment is at $200. The next page shows a picture of that outlot and an aerial showing the location of it. The next 2 property record cards and market valuation details we will be skipping because those are the private alleys, and we will discuss those later. We will then go to the property record card of 0734175-2, and that is in reference to outlot 11. Again, that is listed as undeveloped, 0.406 acres at $400. And then the next page in the packet would be the market valuation detail of that, showing it valued at $2,000 per acre, gives a full market value of $800. And again, at 50% market value of undeveloped would give that assessed value of $400. The following page shows a picture of that outlot and again, aerial showing the location of it. The following page, it looks like it was put in the packet, at least backwards on mine. I'm not sure on yours, but it is 0734200-2. That is outlot 13, again used for water runoff. Classified as undeveloped at 0.745 acres at $700. And then the next page is the market valuation detail, showing value at $1,800 per acre with a value of $1,300 at 50% gives that value of $700. And then the next page is the picture of that outlot as well as an aerial showing the location. So the next page of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, I have the section highlighted that gives the description of ponds according to the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual. I will read that. Ponds include both privately owned man-made impoundments of water as well as small bodies of naturally occurring water. Ponds are generally smaller in size than naturally occurring lakes, are maintained by the landowner, and generally found in rural settings. The land under the surface water is classified as undeveloped. Ponds include runoff control ponds, irrigation holding ponds, borrow pits, spring-fed trout ponds, not used for fish farming, and thawed glaciated deposits, kettles. Ponds generally have a well-defined area, different from small areas of standing water in a wetland. Farm ponds where cattle are watered are classified as agricultural. Ponds used for aquaculture are classified as agriculture. Ponds located on land which are part of a residential or commercial site would be classified with that site and not undeveloped. Since these are separate parcels themselves, that is why we went with the classification of undeveloped. And the next two pages will be for discussing the alleyways. No, well, that's for the alleyways, isn't it? Okay. And also, I will read the definition of outlot, since it is classified as an outlot. The dictionary definition of real estate appraisal defines an outlot as a building site or pad that benefits from being part of a larger development. There is not one answer that will tell an assessor how to handle these. Assessors must review the area in which the outlots exist. If the outlot is in a subdivision of residential units, the most likely classification of the outlot would be residential. However, the value of the outlot may be different than the standard lots. The assessor should refer to the development or declaration documents to aid in their determination of how to handle the outlots. Some of the questions may be, is the outlot able to be improved or not? Is the outlot dedicated to green space? Is the outlot common area? Each outlot should be looked at in its own. There is no one solution for all outlots. And hence that is why we decided to classify the outlots as undeveloped, given that the description of ponds previously, that they are both privately owned, man-made for the water runoff. So in summary, there's not recent arm's length sales of the subjects, given that they are outlots and included as part of the subdivision. Consistent with the WAPM, we prepared mass appraisal assessments of the property using valuation models based on volume 2 of the manual and 2019 information. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Swiem, any response?
I don't know that outlots that are used for infiltration or alleys can be valued in a way much more than they are part of homes that are impacted by them. They serve no other purpose but to infiltrate water. there's no value, they can't be built on, they can't be sold. So we'll get into the alleys when you move on to that, but look, I think that the valuation that's been placed on these, that they're different, they shouldn't be. There should be the lowest valuation across the board on all three, regardless of the size. They serve the same purpose. The only reason why they're of size, in fact, they're probably larger than they needed to be, was based on the amount of potential runoff.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board?
I have one. For Nick, I see these as detention ponds, not retention ponds. The difference being retention is always wet, detention is dry. So since this is dry, how can you call it a pond? You follow where I'm going here? If this had been a retention pond, it's always wet, then it really is a pond. But as a detention, it is not always wet, so therefore it's not really a pond. You agree? You follow me?
Do you want to respond?
I do follow you in that, and yep, there's the difference between detention and retention. Our pond value is actually lower than our swamp value, and swamp would be sometimes wet versus dry. So if it was classified as swamp, we have even our waste value is at 2,000 an acre. So it's all classified as undeveloped. But your swamp and waste comes in at 2,000 per acre, which is 50%, 1,000, and the pond came in at 1,800, I think it's 1,800 per acre, which would come in at 9,000. So those values, whether we called it a swamp or a pond or waste, those values would all, in our opinion, it's undeveloped, and that's how we had it classified as undeveloped. And so we use a systematic process of developing what that value is per acre, and then we use that value per acre times the acres in each parcel, and that's why there are different values on each one.
And what about his statement that it is not sellable? There's no market value since it's permanent, it's just infiltration area.
And I do understand that, and these are very difficult to do. Fitchburg, we have a lot of unique things like this. It does not qualify for exempt, so we need to have some sort of value on these, and each property has a different sense of value. Just like the state gives us, they don't give us a whole lot of direction on how to value outlots. So this was our approach. These outlots are done like this throughout the entire city now. And based on what type it is how the retention ponds or detention ponds were put in at that swamp or waste value, which is one of the lowest values that we can place on something. If I would have some other information to point me in another direction, I'd be happy, but we don't have direction on that because we don't have sales of them, but they do not qualify for exempt, so they need to have some sort of value on them. And they do provide some, people go for walks around them, they take their dogs around them, different things like that. So, all of the outlots, in my opinion, have, no matter what their use, they have some sort of value. It's contributory value, but some sort of value at a minimal value. And so we were just trying to find a systematic process for mass appraisal purposes. And so our approach was on those that were like the retention pond and that they came in at using the undeveloped rate, because that's what it really is, it's waste. And you can call it waste, you can call it swamp, you can call it, the value is basically all the same. And then on those, which we'll talk about later, but those that were like the alleys, and we'll discuss that later, but each type of outlot, we try to categorize in a different aspect. The alleys we looked at on a square foot basis, And then we applied a minus 90% discount on those type of properties. And that we can discuss in the next items, but these type of detention ponds were done that same way throughout the entire city.
Question on that. So it looks like there was no assessed value in the prior couple of years. So it was commercial, then it was reclassified as residential after it was developed. And then a couple of years went by and there was no valuation attributed to these. Can you just walk me through how it went from, the commercial, then it was developed and it's residential, then there's a couple of years with no assessed value, and now in 2020 we have the assessment, which is obviously why the taxpayer is here.
I don't know that history about why it would have been classified as commercial, like we referred to in the, outlots are just unique. There's not a whole guidance as to how to value those. We did contact revenue to discuss it. Why it was at commercial, I do not know.
And just maybe to clarify my question, I'm not concerned about that. Why was there no value for these parcels? And I'm looking at the DOR property records. So
I don't.
18 and 19. Do you know why there was?
I do not know that answer. I do know when we searched things out this year, we looked at everything, and throughout the city, some outlots had zero value that were the exact same thing as something that had the value like we're approaching it here, and others that had a much higher value on them. So we reviewed all of those to be consistent per each type, and that's how we arrived at these values through that approach.
And then is it your opinion, I guess, or would you represent from the assessor's office that in 2020, the approach to valuing outlots is, I guess I would use the word uniform, in terms of those that weren't valued are now valued, those that were overvalued, this has been equalized for outlots in these residential developments, as far as you can say, basically citywide?
Yeah, so when we looked at these, we went through them all. I know when Phil came in, we talked about it, and they had accidentally been put on as a lot value, and we're like, oh, that's not right.
Sure. Okay.
So we made the open book change, and I'm not sure, Nick prepped this, so I'm not sure, but I do know I met with Phil, and we made a lot of open book changes because they fell through the cracks and were put in at a lot value. So we did do open book changes to correct those, to say, okay, those that are like these type of retention ponds, retention, detention, basically infiltration areas, they were all valued at that swamp waste value. And then those that, again, were like an alley or designated for like a private park space, anything like that, those we approached consistently across the city as using whatever the land rate was per square foot, like in neighborhoods, and then we applied a minus 90% discount to that to give them minimal value. And that 90% came from my experience working with Janesville. Again, we don't have sales like that here. There, they did have sales of, different types of properties that would be outlots that then were sold at a later purpose for another purpose or added to another subdivision or things like that. So that's how I arrived at the minus 90% on those type of properties. But they are consistent throughout the city, or at least unless there's something we've missed. But that was our approach, to find all of the outlots within each subdivision and use that approach to them.
Yeah, and I just note, with respect to outlot 11, there are neighboring parcels that are valued at $100,000 and $90,000 respectively, and that one's valued at $400,000. So it's clear that it's a tiny fraction of the developable land. So I think I understand that. A quick question for the owner. You mentioned during your presentation, I think you said that these would eventually be owned by homeowners associations.
All of the parcels will be deeded to the homeowners association for all future maintenance.
And I guess, just kind of following the logic of this a little bit, do you know how many property owners will be part of that homeowners association? I mean, are we talking 50, 100?
Probably about 75.
So is it reasonable to expect, and again, this isn't as germane to value, but just kind of following the logic of that part of your presentation, that the 75 or so homeowners who you might say benefit from the existence of these outlots are going to share the tax burden, that the homeowners association will pay the tax, and then they will draw revenue from association dues to cover that, among other expenses involved in maintenance of those lots as well. And so, and in that sense, the residents of the neighborhood who can be said to directly benefit from the existence of the outlots, whether it's for, taking a stroll or having some barrier and beautification or stormwater detention, that they'll each pay, and again, I'm looking at, this one in particular, Outlot 11, it's 4/10 of an acre. It's a $400 assessment. I think the tax is going to be $50 or something. So they'll pay a few bucks each or even less out of their homeowners association dues, and then sort of similar fractional things. Isn't that how this is eventually going to work out when the association takes it over?
Yes, the HOA will pay whatever tax is assessed.
Okay. Yeah, I think that answers all the questions I have.
But can I add one other thing regarding these? These are not ponds. And I think the state, maybe they need to address these infiltration areas differently because there are changes in how these areas are required to be put in place in neighborhoods these days. There's no water being detained or retained.
So what you're telling us, excuse me, is basically it's green space.
Correct, and already enhancing the value of their homes, which is increasing the assessed valuation of their homes.
Understood. In reviewing the information, this is my personal opinion, I think we're at the point of deliberation. Well, is there any additional testimony? Hearing none, then I think we're moving to the point of deliberations on the 3 parcels that are functioning as infiltration areas. And is the information ironclad in this particular type of property? I think we'd all agree if there is a market, it's a very limited and unique market. The purpose of these properties is water control. As a property owner who's lived with water issues in my home, I know water control can be a very expensive situation if it's not done properly. The city of Fitchburg has worked through their engineering staff to make sure that as new developments are put in place, surface water drainage is under control. I think that's a great thing. Is there some cost to it? Absolutely. I noticed that there has to be, based on the photos that were presented, infrastructure under the ground to catch and control that water, which certainly doesn't come cheap. These properties aren't being valued because they have water control infrastructure. They're being valued because state law requires that any parcel that's on the assessment roll, that's not exempt from the statutes for a specific reason, needs to be valued. I looked at what the assessor has done in the assessment manual, and the class she's put it in is undeveloped. And again, you value and classify, and undeveloped covers many different categories of property. I think the assessor has followed reasonable procedures and guidelines, established a uniform precedent for the city, which sounds like we're going to need as we move into the future, as more and more of this develops. And I think she did a reasonable amount of research to find a value that represented a fair and equitable value for property that is probably never going to sell, but does contribute to the value of the surrounding neighborhoods. So based on what I've heard and seen, it would be my motion to the board that we sustain the assessments on the 3 parcels that have been presented as infiltration areas for Ham Fam Lands, LLC, which would be Outlot 4, Outlot 11, and Outlot 13, at the value is indicated by the assessor in the assessment roll. Do I have a second?
Second?
Any further discussion?
No, I would just say, I think the assessor established a reasonable basis for the fractional values that are attributed here, and I haven't seen specific information to the contrary from the objecting owner, and so I think that paves the way for us to sustain, and I think the questions that were asked in the discussion gave us a good sense of, that these are being valued appropriately at a significantly decreased value from the surrounding developable property. So I would second the motion.
So we have a motion in 2 seconds, which is always good. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Please let the record note it's a unanimous decision. And thank you both to the taxpayer and the assessor for a basis of a good discussion on a subject that's not black and white. It's very, very gray at this point. At this point, then, we'll move on to the other 2 parcels and outlots, which is 609-182-2800-2, private alley, 609-182-2825-2, private alley. These 2 alleys, first one's assessed at $3,000, second one at $1,900. Since we're doing these as a combined appeal, I just remind for the record that all parties have been sworn previously. So at this point then, I'm not going to reread what I did to you earlier, Mr. Siam. Please remember, it's based on sworn oral testimony that we would hear today to help you convince us that the assessor has erred. So please begin your testimony.
Well, once again, these are private alleys that are, I believe you have maps of where they are. They're for access to certain numbers of the lots and are subject to a recorded easement, which limits the use to an access road and allows the homeowners association to assess dues to defray the cost of maintenance, snow plowing, and the like. So there are no city expenses. There's no market value at all for these alleyways, and they're of no use to any possible buyer other than adjoining lot owners who will have to pay extra share of property tax on the alleyways in addition to the cost of maintenance and snow removal. There's no, and again, I'll go back to, it was part of the notice I received that I have to establish 100% market value. And there is no market value for these properties. And it is already, the private alleys are already part of the value of the homes that they are serving. So they're already part of the assessment on these homes that are built and served by the drives, or by the alleyways. There's no reason to double tax these parcels, which is what is being done. The alleyways of $100 per alley, I don't think there should be any variation, regardless of the amount of square footage. There are no comparables, and I'm not quite sure how a market value can be established these more than $100. Thank you.
Okay? We will have-
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
It-
Please recognize who's speaking for the record.
Sure. Amy Seidel, attorney for the assessor. I wanted to renew what I said previously as far as with the objection form in section 3 not completed. Here we have what I understand these private alleys are improved parcels. They are blacktopped. And so unlike the retention ponds, which is unimproved land, this is an improved parcel. And as the assessor said before, all taxable property must be assessed unless it's specifically exempt. And so it would be helpful, I understand and I recognize what the board's decision is, but if this information was filled in, we would have a reason to understand how much cost, for example, was put into the property. So in section 4, it asked, did you improve the parcel within the last 10 years? Well, obviously it has been improved because roads were put in. And so incomplete objection forms put the assessor at a distinct disadvantage because it's hard to address the objections and the concerns without this specific information. So I just want to point that out, that when you have an improved parcel like you have here, it's a different scenario when you have an incomplete objection form.
May I comment on that, or not?
That's just for making sure that we understand the basis of the assessor's concerns.
I think the assessor was quite informed. They went out and they took pictures of the property. So it wasn't as if they didn't know what the property looked like or how it was improved with the driveway.
I'm sure they did, but she just wants to make sure that,
Okay,
you know, there should have been more information on the objection form.
I understand.
because
I apologize.
Because it's an improved parcel. Please continue.
Thank you. In the packet handed out previously that we will be discussing, I will briefly summarize with the written documents with oral testimony for the record. On the first page is section 1, is a summary of my qualifications to complete the assessment. My name is Nick Hare. I've worked in real estate for over 14 years, in the assessment industry for over 4 years. I have a bachelor's in finance and real estate from the University of Northern Iowa and a master's of business administration from Drake University. Section 2 states that the purpose of assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full market value, often referred to as market value of property as of January 1st, 2020. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. State Statute 7032 outlines that the property shall be valued in accord with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and at the full value which could be ordinarily obtained, therefore at a private sale, when such sales conform to the definition of recent arm's length sales. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy if it is to be used in determining market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as a systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a full market value assessment rule, the estimated level of assessment is 100%. On the next page, we will skip over the first page of the Corey Vista plat map and go to the back of that, and it will show outlot 10, which is parcel 06091822825-2, which is used as a private alley, as well as the outlot 7, parcel 06091822800-2, which is also used as a private alley. We will then skip the first property record card market valuation detail and the pictures of those, and we'll go to the property record card for 182-2800-2. It shows that the tax class of this is residential. It is 0.374 acres, the land valued at $3,000. The second page will show that there was an open book appointment via Zoom for this. And we did adjust during the open book. This was one of the lots that had been, we missed, and we added the negative 90% value for the limited use of that land being an alley. The next page is the market valuation detail for that, giving the base value of $80,000 an acre at 0.374 acres, and then the minus 90% for the restricted development, giving the final value of $3,000. The next page shows the aerial of that alleyway outlined. The next page is the property record card for 1822825, which is outlot 10, 0.234 acres, valued at $1,900. And again, the open book appointment where we applied the negative 90% discount. And the next page is a market valuation detail giving the standard value of acreage in Quarry Vista at $80,000 an acre, 0.234. After applying the negative 90% discount for the restricted development, gives a value of $1,900. And the following page is again a aerial showing the layout of that alley. We will then skip ahead past the property record cards and market valuation details of the other outlots we already discussed. Go past skip over the ponds page, and we'll go right to the outlots description from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual in Chapter 12. The Dictionary of Real Estate Appraisal defines outlot as a building, site, or pad that benefits from being part of a larger development. There is not one answer that will tell an assessor how to handle these. Assessors must review the area in which the outlots exist. If the outlot is in a subdivision of residential units, the most likely classification of the outlot would be residential. However, the value of the outlot may be different than that of standard lots. The assessor should refer to the development or declaration documents to aid in their determination of how to handle outlots. Some of the questions may be, is the outlot able to be improved or not? Is the outlot dedicated to green space? Is the outlot common area? Each outlot should be looked at on its own. There is not one solution for all outlots. So, for outlots, as discussed, we typically so for residential properties, we typically only value the land and we'd only value paving improvements for commercial properties and not in residential developments. So to provide that consistency throughout the city, for any alleyways and subdivisions, we only value the land at a negative 90%. The last page in the document, we just wanted to provide reference if we were to actually value the improvements on the concrete and paving improvements for each of those. The concrete improvements for the outlot 182-2800 with our valuation model would be $28,200, and for the other one, the 182-2825, the improvements for the paving would be $19,700. So that's just for reference, showing if we actually did value the improvements, and we are valuing a lot lower than that for just the land value alone. So in summary, there is not recent arm's length sales for the subject property, and consistent with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, we prepared a mass appraisal assessment of each of the outlots using a valuation model on volume 2 of the manual. And that concludes my presentation.
I just want to add a couple more things. Each subdivision in the city of Fitchburg is handled differently on some of these items. So like the alleyways or maybe a green space in some subdivisions, it actually says that the property owners own 1/16 of this or 1/32. And it specifies that. So in their legal description, it says that they own their lot plus whatever 1/16 of this private alley. In this case, these do not say that they own that. It says it's an easement. And therefore, that's why that's one of the reasons we have to put a value on these, because it's a different owner. Each of these property owners, we can't technically include that in. So it's just a very, very gray area. We even have some subdivisions where it has an alley through, but their lots go all the way through that alley. And then in that, it says, it says that they own that space of that alley, but then all the other people have the easement to travel across that. So everyone is a little different. We tried to look at each declaration and each plat to make sure that we were trying to do it consistently for each plat and be fair throughout this whole process.
Thank you. Thank you for that point of clarification. Questions from the board?
I do have a question, and I should have asked this earlier. Mr. Speem, are you a member of Ham Fam Lands LLC?
I am not.
Are you a manager of that LLC?
I manage their business.
I know, but are you?
I'm not the managing member.
Okay. So the only question I have here is typically we have an agency form that's submitted for you to appear on behalf of the property owner, and I didn't see that as part of my packet of information. We're a little bit far into this now, and we've accepted the presentation for Mr. Sveem on behalf of Ham Fam Lands LLC, but typically we would ask for an authorization form signed by the owner. We typically do that with attorneys who appear before us, but I would suggest that anybody who's appearing on behalf of the owner, we should have that authorization form. And hearing that you're neither a member or a manager of the LLC, I raised that issue because I think it's one that potentially impacts proceedings today, but it may be something that we can waive. I don't know if Amy Seibel heard what I just said. I should probably ask if she has any input on behalf of the assessor or if any other board members have any issues with what I've just raised.
I did hear you, and that is a problem that I wasn't aware of until you just mentioned it right now. But the agent authorization is required in order for someone to appear before the board. And it has to be an authorized person by the owner of the property. And not having that, I don't think that the testimony can be accepted. It's just like you can't accept the testimony of an appraisal report if the person isn't there testifying. So in looking at some of on this particular property, you're, the person testifying is an employee, is that correct?
I'm not an employee of the LLC.
He is not an employee of the LLC.
What is your capacity relative to the LLC that's the owner of the property? What is your relationship?
I manage the development, I manage their business. I am not an employee.
Do you have a management agreement with them to manage the
No,
property?
I've handled all their real estate dealings, but I do not have a representative's authorization. They know I'm here, but if it's not proper, then it's not proper.
Well, and again, I'm kind of doing this on the fly here. It just occurred to me, and I've asked this question before when we have trusts that appear. I say, are you the trustee? And they say yes, and then we go on. I do look at 70.47 sub 8, where it says hearing, it says the board shall hear upon oath all persons who appear before it in relation to the assessment. That seems to give us some broad stroke, but my real issue is not with, in the first place, do we have a proper objection form is really what I'm getting at here, is I don't think that just anyone can fill out an objection form and submit it. And then if that's done, then we can hear anybody.
Well,
But if we have an objection form that's filled out and signed by someone who has not been given the agency or authority to do that, then all of us could each object to all of our property assessments and it would be chaos. And so I think we do have I apologize for not bringing this up earlier, and it just dawned on me though, as we were proceeding here, that I think we almost have to circle back, and we've gone a little bit far because we've already heard 3 or 4 of these things, but I circle back and question whether we even have a proper objection form, and with no authorization, we probably shouldn't be hearing appeals because the owner, we don't have the information in front of us that the owner, and I don't doubt your word in that respect, but that's why we have forums, is so we don't have to question everybody's, before us, okay, do you really have the authority to be here and so forth. So I think my position is I don't think we have a proper objection form as a prerequisite to proceeding because we don't have the agency authorization.
And just for clarification, these forms were signed by Phil Spiam, member, so that was not
No,
requested.
that's for Fitchburg lands, not for HamFam.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry.
There's, HamFam lands developed, and I developed the property for them. I've done all their business. I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. I mean, if that's the decision. But also there's dozens of owners out there as well that are impacted by this parcel and are ending up to pay the tax on this parcel. So even though HamFam Lands owns these alleyways right now, they don't serve their properties. These alleys serve properties that are owned by several other homeowners. So.
And again, my thought is we kind of have to maintain the integrity here because
I understand.
we have to be able to connect the dots between the owner and who's filling out the objection form. And if we can't do that by way of the agent authorization form, I think we're kind of left without a lot of options here. But again, the other board members are obviously free to weigh in.
I'll weigh in. That is a substantial error on my part, in that I've known Mr. Spiam as a real estate developer in Fitchburg for many years. I did not understand the fact that he was not an authorized agent since he did the development of this property. That being the case, both of the appeals that we were hearing for both the infiltration areas and the alleyways should not have been heard by this board because we do not have a proper link to take this case to court if it were to go there. And that's part of the reason we have a board of review. This is the first step in the appeal process to continue the appeals to the courts. So that is a grievous mistake on our part, mine specifically. I apologize for that. And at this point, I think we have to go back to the record and clarify why we're going to, in this case, not accept the appeal. In the first case in which we've already ruled, declare our action invalid and go back and create a record indicating we're not going to take the case because of the lack of the proper documentation showing the agency representation. Any further discussion by the board? From the assessor's attorney?
No, I think that is the right decision. The Department of Revenue requires an agency authorization form, and now they say it has to be completed each year. They won't even accept carryovers from the prior year before someone can appeal their assessment.
Okay. At this point then, I'm going to, for the record, declare that the information we were hearing on parcels 609, 182, 2800-2, and information on 609, 182, 2825-2 is moot, and that we do not have jurisdiction, and therefore we're going to step back in the process and put a motion on the floor that we deny jurisdiction for this board to hear the appeal on those parcels this morning. That's a motion. Do I have a second?
Well, and just to clarify the motion, my motion would be to vacate the earlier proceedings on the grounds that we don't have a proper objection form before us. And I think it's just stated a different way, and it's not because of his appearance here today. I think it's because the form that's filled out and signed is not a properly filled out and signed form, not because of the other reason, but because we don't have the agency authorization. And without a form we didn't have grounds to proceed. So my motion would be to vacate those earlier proceedings with respect to Ham Fam Lands and on the basis that we don't have a proper objection form.
Second?
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Please let the record note it's a unanimous decision to vacate the appeal. Next one would be the private alleys. We need a motion to do the same thing. Since we've not made a determination, at this point, we can, I think, conclude the testimony that's been given and recognize the fact that we do not have a proper objection form, and therefore deny jurisdiction on hearing the information that we wanted presented on those. So do I have a motion to dismiss the case for parcels 182, 2800-2, and 2825-2?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second?
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? With the record note that the motion carried unanimously. And again, I'm sorry, I apologize to all parties involved. I didn't think about the fact that Mr. Sviam was not an authorized agent of this organization or company. So the clarification to have that authorized agent form was something that, for whatever reason, I didn't think about. So I apologize. I'd like to thank all parties, though, for their testimony. I think it's an interesting situation that the city of Fitchburg is going to be dealing with. I think the assessor gave some expert testimony, excellent testimony, as to why this is being assessed differently. And I think the basis of what she said makes, logic under the statutes. So that may have some impact on how future developments in the city of Fitchburg are set up and recorded so that the outlots don't become assessable properties in the manner that these are. The way this is, it looks like the assessor had a pretty good approach and was doing what I think was a reasonable job in trying to handle a difficult problem. That's my personal opinion for the record. So thank you, everyone. I'm not sure what time our next appeal is set up for.
I'll see you in 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. Quick bite of lunch.
Let's adjourn our board for a break. It is now 12:45. 15 minutes.
Okay.
15-minute break.
Okay.
We are moving to agenda item 3F. Fitchburg Lands, T-Berry parcel 609-112-6750-2. And as I look at the appeal, hopefully I can find it in all the paper I have, T-Berry Private Drive. The current indication is $12,700 for assessed. Taxpayers' opinion of value is $100. Mr. Sviam is here to present testimony.
Mike, that agenda item is actually F1 if you're doing the T-Berry.
And are these two going to be heard together as well?
Well, as I look at T-Berry and Sassafras, are they similar enough that the issues could be combined?
Yeah, they're both alleyways in the same subdivision.
Okay. First of all, let's make sure we have our I's dotted and our T's crossed. For this appeal, we'd like to swear in the property owner's representative, Mr. Phil Sviam. Mr. Sviam, it indicates on the objection form that you are a member of this Fitchburg Lands LLC. That's correct. Okay. In what way are you a member? I'm an owner. You're an owner. Excellent. And Madam Clerk, would you please swear in the...
Yep, you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, so for the record, we are now looking at two appeals, Fitchburg Lands, agenda items 1 and 2, F1 and 2, parcel 609-112-6750, 609-112-6725-2. Again, Mr. Sviam is sworn oral testimony. You've heard my little summary earlier from a different review. Still the same standards for market value that we're considering. So I'd ask you then to please consider that as you present your evidence. Do you have any exhibits that you wish to share at this point?
Only the ones that I've previously submitted.
Okay, will you be reading from those exhibits? Because again, it's sworn oral testimony. It has to be read into the record. So
Okay.
if you want us to consider them as exhibits, you do have to read it into the
Okay,
record.
thank you.
Okay?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is Amy Seibel speaking. I want to, again, raise an objection that the objection forms are incomplete in that section 3 has not been completed as far as the providing the basis for their opinion of value and that the parcel has no value. And then also with respect to the alleys that are improved, if you look in section 4, question B, it asks within the last 10 years, did you change the property? The answer is yes. But then the date of changes and the cost of the changes were not completed. So once again, it's an incomplete objection form, and I would ask the board to consider a motion to either ask the taxpayer to complete the form with that information today on the record, or to complete it and the board reconvene in another day, or the board dismiss the objection for being incomplete.
Chair Couillard, I do have the two objection forms that look like when we came back from our adjournment that have been filled out in section 3. If you'd like to view them.
And how about section D? Is there any information there?
Section D.
Those were completed accurately.
Yep. Yes, A through D were completed in the previous ones as well.
Okay.
Well, are there costs included in question B under section 4? Are there
No.
costs?
No, just the questions were answered on those forms. There's no cost.
Correct. And the form, I believe, says if yes, and yes was checked, describe, you have to describe what the improvements were. You have to also give the date of the changes, the cost of the changes, and then answer the question, does this cost include the value of all labor, including your own? And I believe those were left blank.
Are you talking about B as in boy or D as in dog?
B as in boy in section 4.
Okay.
I checked no.
The form has the box checked no.
Oh, I see. So I must be looking at the tier of base objection
For
forms.
clarification on the sassafras objection form, item B, where it says no, yes, both of the forms have no checked on the original and on the amended ones.
Okay. And you say you have a recent submission of an updated objection form?
That's correct. Would you like to see them?
Yes, please.
And the assessor should have a copy also, so we know what they're objecting to.
When all the board members have reviewed them, please share it with the assessor. And if copies are required, we can take a brief pause so copies can be reproduced.
All right, I have copies, and I see that on these two objection forms, there's nothing in section 3 as far as the reason for your objection or the basis for your opinion of assessed value. Those have been left blank. And in section 4, it states that the property has not been improved within the last 10 years. I don't know when this subdivision was built, but it looks like this objection form relates to a private drive. And both of them relate to private drives. And under the law, that would constitute an improvement if the private drive is paved.
The pause is because we're letting the assessor have a few moments as she looks at the objection form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The amended objection form, so that you can see the reasons why the taxpayer feels that we should hear the case.
I just said that if they're amending it from what was originally received, because the date on the form is 9/15/2020, they really should be dating or stating on there that it's a revised from what we have originally.
Absolutely, should state revised or amended.
So here they're asking if you just date that you amended it.
And
24.
since Amy Seibel is not seeing the form, because she is not here in person, under section 3, the reason for objection and basis of estimate, under reason for your objection, it has no market value, and under basis for your opinion of assessed value, it says already contributes to value of affected homes.
For the record, the dates have been added to the amended portion of the forms.
So at this point, then, do we need to offer 48 hours? You need time to review and change your preparation?
We prepared for it similar to how we prepared the others, so I don't believe so.
Okay,
Because there's nothing, on here provided for us to review. So there's no additional extra information for us to review.
all right. I guess it's up to the board then. Are we going to accept the amended objection form, including the information that was omitted from section 3 that has just been submitted before the hearing, so that we can determine whether or not we're going to hear the appeal for these two parcels in the, I'm assuming these are Swan Creek subdivision in the city of Fitchburg. Teaberry, I believe, is a street name, and Sassafras is also a street name in those subdivision, in Swan Creek subdivision. Open for discussion to the board. Do we accept this appeal or not?
I would suggest we accept the appeal. We talked about this a little bit earlier, a similar defect in the other forms, although then we found there was a different issue with those appeals, but we did have a discussion. I think, again, my reading of the statute is you got to have a opinion of assessed value in writing, and then you have to appear before the board and present sworn oral testimony in support of the position. The form has the opinion of assessed value filled in, and the taxpayer's representative, or excuse me, the owner or the owner's representative is here before us today, presumably to present that information to us. So I think we should hear it. Just another thing I would say, I think we have to act reasonably as well. And, I think it just makes sense to hear the appeal for those reasons. So I don't think we need a motion at this point, and we should just proceed.
Attorney has pretty much objected to us accepting this appeal. I think we do need a motion for the record, so that if there's any further question, There's proof of discussion and consideration with a motion made that we are accepting the amended forms as submitted.
So moved.
Second,
Second?
all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Please let the record note the unanimous decision. We will hear this appeal with the understanding that Mr. Phil Sveum, who's here to present testimony, is a owner member of the Fitchburg Lands LLC. And again, Mr. Sveum, you're under oath. I remind you that it's sworn oral testimony and basically the same information you heard from me before. Any exhibits that you want us to have should be submitted if they haven't been already. And then please read, please read from those exhibits to make sure you've got all your evidence in the record that you want us to consider.
Okay.
Please begin.
All right, let's start with 6750-2, which is the T-Berry private drive. T-Berry is a block of homes in the Swan Creek neighborhood, which we developed in the early 2000s. They're all rear entry garage units. Therefore, there is a private drive that runs down the middle of those units in a form of a T. The homeowners have an association which they pay dues to maintain that private drive, not only with snow plowing and maintenance, but also replacement as necessary in the future. So there are no city costs associated with that private drive. The other parcel, 6725-2, is Sassafras. Again, it's a block between Sassafras and T-Berry. Serves duplex units between those two streets, all serviced by rear entry garages. Homeowners Association that maintains the private drive, plows the snow, does all the maintenance, as well as plans for future replacement. So there are no costs associated for the city. This property was developed, as I said, in the early 2000s, well before the 10-year referring in number B in section 3. So that's why I checked no on both of those forms. These are driveways. These alleyways are driveways. People that, I'm sure you own a home perhaps, well I shouldn't assume that, but perhaps you own a home that has a driveway that runs from the public street up to your garage. You're not separately taxed for that. It's part of your total assessment on your residential property. The alleyway and access to their homes is part of the value of their homes. That's how they get to their homes, as you do with the driveway leading up to your garage. They have, as I mentioned, both blocks have separate HOAs to take care of these. Adding a tax of any kind is a burden on these homeowners, and for really no reason. They're already paying they're already paying taxes on their 100% market value assessments on their property. If there was no access to their home, their valuation of their home would be reduced. If they had no driveway to their garage, the valuation of their home would be reduced. This alleyway, again, is a driveway and maintained by this group of people. I've never received, and I'm not casting any blame at all on the current assessor, we've never received an assessment notice on these parcels that I ever can remember. It was assessed very high. I did speak with Amy and we did reduce it, thankfully. But frankly, the valuation of either of these private drives is $100 and should be reduced to that. The Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual considers a similar fashion when rural property is subject to a road easement. That's what these are. Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual says about land subject to a road right-of-way. It has no economic or contributory value associated with the parcels. Due to its restricted use, right-of-way has a nominal value, $100 per acre is recommended, in Chapter 15 of that manual. These, again, there is no reason to burden these homeowners with another tax. They're already paying to maintain that parcel of property. And I would ask you to reduce the value or the assessed valuation of T-Berry private drive from $12,700 to $100, and the assessed valuation on the Sassafras private drive from $13,700 to $100. Thank you. And by the way, if I may finish, these, for whatever reason, we had never deeded these private drives over to these HOAs. This came up after I received the assessment notices. They will be deeded to these HOAs. There's no reason for us to own them. They've been maintaining them and using them.
Thank you for that clarification. We'll then reach out to the assessor for her presentation.
Thank you. Amy will be distributing written information summarizing the basis for completing the 2020 assessment of the subject property. I will briefly summarize the written documents with oral testimony. On the first page, section 1 is a summary of my qualifications to complete the assessment. My name is Nick Hare, and I've worked in real estate over 14 years and in the assessment industry over 4 years. I've been with the Fitchburg Assessing Office since March of 2019. I have a bachelor's in finance and real estate from University of Northern Iowa and a master's from Drake University. Section 2 states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value of property as of January 1st, 2020. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. State Statute 7032 outlines that properties shall be valued in accord with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and at the full value at which could ordinarily be obtained, therefore, at a private sale, when such sales conform to the definition of recent arm's-length sales. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy if it is used in determining market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as a systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a full market value assessment role, estimated level of assessment is 100%. On the next page, you will show an aerial with the two referenced outlots in green. And the next page, you will find a plat map with the two outlots highlighted. Parcel 060911267502 is outlot 28, and parcel 060911267225-2 is outlot 27. The next several pages shows the property record cards and market valuation details respectively. So for parcel 112675, which is outlot 28. The total acreage is 0.5 acres and valued as residential at $12,700. And this was another one that during open book for both of these lots, Amy was contacted via Zoom meeting, and we had applied the negative 90% influence factor for these outlots, given the restricted development. So the next page for this outlot, 28 shows the reduction from that 90%, giving the total value of the 12,700. The next page is the property record card for 112-67252, which is outlot 27, total acreage of 0.565 acres with a value of 13,700. Again, this was one that was changed during open book, applying the 90% discount, which is reflected on the market valuation detail, giving the final value of 13,700. The next page is out of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, Chapter 12, referencing outlots. It states the dictionary definition of real estate appraisal defines outlots defines outlot as a building, site, or pad that benefits from being part of a larger development. There is not one answer that will tell an assessor how to handle these. Assessors must review the area in which the outlots exists. If the outlot is in a subdivision of residential units, the most likely classification of the outlot would be residential. However, the value of the outlot may be different than the standard lots. The assessor should refer to the development or declaration documents to aid in their determination of how to handle the outlots. Some of the questions may be, is the outlot able to be improved or not? Is the outlot dedicated to green space? Is the outlot common area? Each outlot should be looked at on its own. There is no one solution for all outlots. As Amy discussed in the earlier discussions, different alleyways throughout the city are sometimes the property lines may go through the middle of the alley. If not in its own individual outlot, we like to refer to the declarations to try to get an idea of how that property should be valued. We don't have these in the packet, but I will read this to you. These are the declarations of easement for private roads and public utilities for the Swan Creek development. It is a declaration of easements for the private roads. In the recitals, the letter A states declarant is the owner of certain real property located in Dane County, Wisconsin, as described on the attached Exhibit A and referred to on the exhibit and in this declaration as the property. Letter B states any platted lots of the property are referred to in this declaration as the lots. Letter C says certain real property, more particularly described on Exhibit B attached hereto and made part of this declaration, is referred to in this declaration as the roadway property. Letter D states declarant intends to develop and improve a portion of the roadway property as two separate private roads, together the private roads. Letter E states declarant wishes to create a non-exclusive easement over the roadway property under the terms of this declaration. So then in the declarations, I will be reading a couple excerpts from them. Under number 9, and I can hand this around if you would like to look at it as well. There is a section in it that says, nothing in this declaration shall prevent or impede the collection of lawful charges, taxes, or similar charges by the municipality. And then going down to number 9, there is a section that says, this declaration shall not be amended in a manner that would cause any lots 136 through 161 to cease to have access over outlot 28 to the rights of way, commonly known as Daylily Place, T-Berry Lane, or Crinkle Drive, or that would cause any of the lots 118 through 135 to cease to have access over outlots 27 to the rights of way known as T-Berry Lane, Sassafras Drive, or Crinkle Drive without the consent of all owners of the property. Under number 14, that references notices, it states if other party's address is not known to the party desiring to send a notice, the party sending the notice may use the address to which the other party's property tax bills are sent. And then number 17 that speaks of no public dedication. Nothing in this declaration be deemed to be a gift or dedication of any portion of the easements granted under this declaration to general public for any public purpose whatsoever. The association may take such measures as it may deem necessary to prevent the dedication to the public of the private roads, whether by express grant, implication, or prescription, including, without limitation, the posting of private road, no through traffic, or no trespassing signs. So, also, just the last page in the document, again, we had mentioned this earlier, we typically only value paving improvements on commercial value, but I did just want to provide for reference for the private alleys, if we were to value the improvements for parcel 1126725, the asphalt paving would be valued at $5,300, and the curb and gutter valued at $22,800. For parcel 1126750-2, the asphalt paving with our cost module system would be valued at $4,700, and the curb and gutter at $20,300. So in summary, there is not a recent arm's length transaction of the subject property, and consistent with Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, we prepared a mass appraisal assessment of the property using a valuation model based on volume 2 of the manual.
And I just want to add again that in this case, these alleys are not public road right-of-way, whereas like in the property assessment manual where they show that is the road right-of-way for the public, for anyone to use. In this case, these are private roads. If you were to choose to change the land to $100, then I would say then we would need to add the improvement value for that road right-of-way, for that curb and the paving, which would actually increase that value then to
$28,300.
plus 100. So the land would, if that were the case, and you put the land at $100, then you would have to add 28,200 or 28,100 for improvements for a total assessed value of 28,200 on parcel 1126725-8. And if you were to add then the improvements to the other alley for parcel 1126750-2, that asphalt paving of 4,700 plus 20,300 would be that improvements to that, which would make it a $25,000 improvement, plus the 100 of land would make that 25,100 if the board were to choose to make a change in the assessed value.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Similar question to the earlier proceedings, but as we heard, we sort of vacated those. But, I'm just curious, it doesn't look like these were assessed any value except for in 2004 when one of these parcels was assessed for $100. And I know the people sitting in this room weren't part of that process. I'm just curious if the assessor can describe if it's a shift in how the assessor's office is dealing with this type of alley property. Just maybe you could talk a little bit about why, again, sort of, at least from the property owner's perspective, all of a sudden in 2020, I mean, this is not a new subdivision like the other one was that we talked about earlier. This one's been around for 15 years or something. And so I can kind of understand the objection here and wondering why now. It doesn't mean it's not justified. I'm just, if you can explain that a little bit, I think that'd be helpful.
Yeah, this year when we reviewed, or when we were working through the assessment role, and I'm a new assessor for the jurisdiction, one, all property is to be valued unless it qualifies for exempt. All real and personal property is to be valued. Some instances, you had zero value on some of these outlots. In other instances, you had maybe $100 on it, and others, it was valued at a much higher rate, depending on where they were and which subdivision. So they were not consistent. So this year, we wanted to make sure everything was consistent and equitable. We set up all land tables. So when we did that, we looked at all of these outlots and tried to create a uniform, equitable way to value them. And in many of these subdivisions, each subdivision is a little bit different. You know, as we talked about earlier, in some subdivisions, there might be a roadway or a parcel that is actually deeded and says that each property owner owns 1/16 of this property. And then that's included on their deed. In this case, these are individual parcels that are owned by a different entity. And so it does not qualify as an exempt property, so we have to arrive at a value. So how we arrived at these outlot values were to look at what the dollar per square foot in that neighborhood is coming in at, and then we applied a minus 90% discount to those. We don't have sales here to show me where that value should really be directed, so I used my experience from when I worked in Janesville, and we had sales there. Similar to, we apply a minus 45% discount for properties that do not have sewer or water or the streets improved. So when it's newly platted and those are not in, we arrive at what we believe the full value of that lot will be, and then we'll apply a minus 45 until that street and those infrastructures are put into that. So this way we applied a minus 90 to that so that all properties were consistently valued throughout the city.
Other questions? So from your presentation, you've talked about improvements on this parcel, and it's a determination made by the assessor's office that those improvements have at this point no contributory value.
It's our opinion, because it's such a small value, and we typically do not add a driveway to a property or anything like that on residential. We did not add those improvements to this. We were looking more as the contributory land value for that, and trying to arrive, again, as a consistent value. Like I said, if you were to give it an absolute minimal value of $100 and add those improvements to that value, the assessment would be much higher than what it is. And, you know, which way is right? I can't really say, because there isn't a whole lot of guidance from the Department of Revenue or anything on that. I thought we were being fair by calculating the square foot basis and applying a negative factor to that.
Okay. And your approach now is consistent across the city?
Yes, all of these type of alleyways, road right-of-way, you know, the alleyways are valued consistent. Green spaces are, if it's an outlot used for infiltration or a pond, you know, that type of detention pond, those are all valued using the undeveloped in those cases. In these cases, if it's the alleys next to residential, they're using the standard, whatever the square foot rate would be on those values for that neighborhood, and then a minus 90% throughout the city.
Okay, thank you.
Can I
Comment, Mr. Swam?
Is it okay? Well, the reduction of 90% or whatever the percentages are is interesting, because, you know, the first assessment notice I've got on the one on Sassafras, it was assessed at $72,800. So if I would not have contested this, we'd be sitting at that. Is that fair? I think just based on what math has been done since then is reduced it closer to where it should be. But I think it's, doing things per square foot has different impacts, or maybe has different applications in different parts of the city or different uses. Nick read what the definition to outlots. A building site or pad that benefits from being part of a larger development. Frankly, that's reversed with alleys. The alleys, the larger development benefits by having alleys. That's where the benefit is, because you're creating more value on less land. And this is the city's decision and policy to move to more density, which creates the alleyways. And all we're doing now, instead of creating more affordable opportunities for people, is piling on more tax for something that is, combined with the property and the home that they've built, is taken into account. Because again, if there's no access to the house, there's no value, or much less value. Nick mentioned that, that people that are impacted by this association have agreed to pay city charges. Well, that doesn't mean there has to be they pay garbage costs to the city, but that doesn't mean there has to be other charges associated with living there. And the improvements to go through that, and this is 28,000, and this is 23,000. These private roads are 15 years old. So just like anything else, there's depreciation. I think that, and I understand to some degree the assessor department is handcuffed, probably by state antiquated rules and laws, because they're not recognizing new innovative ways of development. But my discussions with people that are aware of other private alleys in other communities, they're assessed at $100. And I think it goes back to the sentence or the paragraph I read from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual. It's typical of $100 per acre for roads and alleys like this. So I still don't understand what makes these so special to be assessed separately from the homes that they serve. The valuation of that block is driven by access. And those 18 homes or whatever number of homes that are around it are all valued having access already. To have a separate tax bill, separate assessment for their driveway. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, you want to respond, or?
Well, as to when the value was originally set, those are ones that he came in that slipped through the cracks. And so the subdivision, the lots in the subdivision are valued on either a lot or a buildable unit within Swan Creek. So they were put in as the lot value, I think it was the lot value. And that's why that value was at that amount. And so when he brought it to our attention, and then we double-checked everything, not just his, but other subdivisions also, and we made changes in other subdivisions also if anything fell through. And that's why that value was at that amount versus where it's at. So that's to that part. As far as the, again, like we stated earlier, the road right-of-way. When you have a road right-of-way, that's like in the rural properties where the manual talks about that, those are where that person's parcel goes to the center of that road. Well, that person didn't put that road in. The city, municipality, county, they're the ones that put that road in. So if you were to go down that approach and do $100 for that parcel value, then I believe because they have improved it, then you would have to add that improved value to this. So if you think of it that way, then that's how you would have to come at that value. The outlets, they're so different here. And, we tried to find a systematic process to arrive at a value so that everything was done fairly and uniformly. And they do not qualify for any exemption that I can find. It's not owned by a government agent, for a road right away. And so they just don't qualify for any type of exemption to have a zero value on them.
I have a question about the 90% adjustment. Why not 80, why not 95? The owner seems to be suggesting something like 99.
Yeah, and I use my experience from working with Janesville. We don't have sales of outlots here. In Janesville, we did have some outlot sales where, depending on what it was, those outlots were then later added to another parcel, different purposes, different things. And that's what we used there, was a minus 90%. Like I said earlier, if we have when a subdivision is platted and we do not have the infrastructure in, the roads, the sidewalk, curb and gutter, all of that, then those parcels get a minus 45% discount because that value is limited. And so I chose to do with my experience of a minus 90%. Nothing was provided to me to give me a better value or a different value. So I used, based on my experience and other values that I've seen, that's how I arrived at the minus 90%.
Thank you for those points of clarification. At this point then, I think we're going to move to deliberations. I'd open the table for discussion and then our deliberation process.
I did note the assessor's comments that I think there are some options available to the developers on how this type of a parcel is handled. Some of them are when a person buys a parcel, they get a fractional ownership interest in that. Some of them, I note, are deeded to homeowners associations, although it sounds like that hasn't happened yet here, and probably because it hasn't been a burden to the original developer until now. But I guess that's not really what's before us. I just think there are some practical ways for developers to deal with this. And, each one of these outlots serves 24 homes, 20, 21, 22 homes. And when you start kind of parsing that out, I don't think the value is that out of whack with what this provides to that and sort of the shared use and expense that would go along with that. I think right now, we have an objection because the developer got a tax bill that hadn't been a tax bill in 15 years. But that doesn't change the fact that the assessor has, well, number one, I would say the assessor's testimony is that this is uniform, that this is not, this parcel or these parcels haven't been singled out, and that it was an exercise of the assessor in trying to bring a uniform treatment for these along. And I credit that testimony, and I think that's important. So with the testimony about the uniformity of the application, as well as the basis for value, which I note hasn't been controverted, and I know the the owner's in a difficult position there because there may not be any transactions available. But then, we're in a position of, without other evidence, of deferring to the assessor. So for those reasons, I think we do have to sustain the value, but as per my earlier comments, I note there may be options here for fractional ownership, for a homeowners association to take over ownership. It sounds like they're already covering maintenance and things like that, and $10, $15 of additional property tax per homeowner per year is probably not going to sink that homeowners association, but that's beside the point. Anyways, I think the assessor's assessment of value should be sustained.
Okay. Well, going back to the points of law, did the assessor follow the rules as outlined in the manual? Yes. Did the taxpayer provide evidence proving the assessor wrong? I don't think he did. It's one of those issues that hasn't come before the board or other boards very often, if any times before. And I think, as mentioned, uniformity of assessment, and the Wisconsin statutes say if it's not exempt, specifically exempted, it's taxable. So I can't see any reason why we wouldn't have a value on this, and I think the way the assessor went about developing her value based on her experience and her opinion is fair and equitable. So I would concur with your conclusion that we should sustain the assessment. Based on that, I'd ascertain a motion to the board as to how we're going to rule on this particular case.
I would move to uphold the assessed value and the assessor's position.
We have a motion and a second.
Second.
Motion and second has been made. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Mike, can I just clarify, is this on both T-Berry and Sassafras, or are you doing one at a time?
Good point. Let's do, since we have two separate appeals, let's do them one at a time.
Okay.
So the first one would be parcel 609-112-6750-2, assessed value $12,700. So I'll make that a friendly amendment to our motion. Acceptable to everyone?
Yep.
Okay. Recall the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Second, same motion for parcel 609-112-6725-2, assessed value $13,700. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Again, let the record note unanimous decision to sustain the assessment as presented at $13,700 by the assessor. That concludes the T-Berry Sassafras access appeals. Thank you to everyone for your excellent presentation on a difficult issue. It looks like we're continuing with this issue as we move into agenda item F, which is Fitchburg Lands LLC, but it's a different subdivision. Terra Vesa, outlots 1, and is there 26 of them? 24?
Is there a way that I can withdraw the private alley objections? There's no reason to go over that again.
Certainly can if we know which ones they are.
Well, they're stated on the objection paper, sheets, so.
I know what the outlots are. I can read those off if you'd like.
If you know what the outlets are, you can read them off as to which ones are alleyways.
Yep, so that would be outlot 4,
Okay,
outlot 8, outlot 13, outlot 14, outlot 16,
hold on, I can't find 14. Next page, Laurie.
yeah, so outlot 14, outlot 16, outlot 19, outlot 20, and then all outlots from 22 through 32.
Including outlot 22?
Yep, outlots 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32.
Okay,
So for clarification for the record on the agenda, agenda item F, numbers 9 through 26 are to be withdrawn.
Before we do that, if you withdraw, you don't have any appeal rights going forward. You understand that? Okay, that's,
Already been determined.
okay. You have the right of certiorari of the circuit court to say we acted,
Thanks anyway.
unreasonably. Okay.
Okay, based on the property representative's recommendation, he is asked to have the following outlot appeals rescinded. Outlot 4, Outlot 8, Outlot 13, Outlot 14, 16, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32. All those in favor of rescinding, allowing these lots and appeals to be, outlots and appeals to be rescinded?
I would move to accept the owner's request that those objections be withdrawn.
I'll second.
Okay, we have the approval of the request, a motion to approve the request and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Please let the record note that the motion carries unanimously, and we thank the property owner for saving us some time and looking at a similar appeal to what we have in other properties in the city. So thank you very much for your working with us on that. That then allows us to move to the other appeals from Fitchburg Lands LLC, which would be agenda item F, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And I'm not sure, are these appeals that can be consolidated into one hearing, or are these different types of property?
They're all outlots.
But are they used for infiltration? Are they used for access or green space, or how are they currently used?
Well, they vary. For instance, outlot 1 is a 5-foot terrace that runs along the street from Goodland Park Road to the north. It's assessed at $5,700. There's a boulder wall that's on that property because of the neighboring property had a higher elevation.
Okay, we're not at the point of testimony yet, sir.
Okay, all right. Well,
Just trying to figure out the best approach to these appeals, if they're individual appeals, or if there's some consistency to them and we can consolidate them.
well, 7, 18, and 15, those could be one topic because they are remnants. Outlot 6, probably separately. Outlot 1 separately. I think that's all, isn't it? Isn't that all that's left over?
How about 17?
Oh, yes, yeah, 17.
I'm not sure what that one is. With the pile of paper I have, it's hard to get to the ones remaining easily here.
That's it.
I guess at this point, I would then ask the assessor, do you need a few minutes to reassemble your information so that we can continue with these appeals? That there's been a change in the number?
Yep. Yeah.
We have everything in one packet for the board so that however we went, and we can just work through each one and present, like we did in the past, which parcel number, and we'll just have you skip pages so we can do that all as one
I
packet.
do need a minute to figure out which parcels, though, that I can tell them to go to.
Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute recess to give the assessment staff an opportunity to look through the materials that they have now that there's been a change in the number of appeals that we'll be looking at this afternoon, so that they can then organize their materials and hopefully be ready for us to continue in 10 minutes. This will be approximately 10 after 2. So I'm going to adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes and give us time to get out of these chairs and stretch our legs a little bit as well. So We will reconvene our Board of Review. We ready in the, okay. Now, we'll start by looking at Fitchburg Lands LLC, Terra Vesa, Outlot 1. Just to make sure we're following proper protocol, Mr. Sviam, I'll ask the clerk to swear you in again.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah, I do.
Thank you.
Please let the record note the assessor's been previously sworn. And you've heard my spiel. Knowing that we are here to consider sworn oral testimony, please present your testimony on this appeal.
For Outlot 1
For Outlot 1,
in Terra Vesa,
yes.
please see the map that was supplied. This particular outlot extends from Goodland Park Road north, about 238 feet. My glasses right. It consists of a 5-foot wide terrace, grass, and a boulder wall. That's the extent of any improvements. It has no market value. It's almost a remnant, just based on where the road was dictated to come in from Goodland Park Road. And there are public improvements on in the public right-of-way. And this is, again, a 5-foot wide parcel. I don't believe it has any market value whatsoever.
Okay. Anything else then, Mr. Sviam?
No, thanks.
Okay, we'll then turn to the assessor and her staff to clue us in as to how they developed their assessment on this particular parcel.
Thank you. Amy will be distributing the packets that will be used for all of the outlots in question today. I will briefly summarize written documents with oral testimony. The first page, section 1, is a summary of my qualifications to complete the assessment. I have worked in real estate for over 14 years and the assessment industry for over 4 years. I've worked for the City of Fitchburg Assessing Office as a residential appraiser since March of 2019 to present. I have a bachelor's in finance and real estate from the University of Northern Iowa and a master's of business administration from Drake University. Section 2 states the purpose of the assessment and standards of the standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as the market value of property as of January 1st, 2020. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. State Statute 7032 outlines that property shall be valued in accord with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and at the full value which could be ordinarily obtained, therefore at private sale, when such sales conform to the definition of recent arm's-length sales. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy if it is used in determining market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testings. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a full or market value assessment rule, the estimated level of assessment is 100%. On the next page, you will see a overview of Terra Vesa with all of the outlots highlighted. At the very bottom, on the left side, you will see the referenced Outlot 1, that is a strip of land as you enter into the development. The next several pages is the plat map of Terra Vesa. The first page does show the outlot in question on the bottom of the page. Once you get past the all the pages of the plat map, you will see Exhibit B from the declarations showing, per the declarations, what the use of each of the outlots is. And so for this outlot in question, it says the use is open space association maintained. So given this is the first one in question, it will be, the next page will be the property record card for this property. It is valued as residential. It is 0.08 acres with a value of $5,700. This one, given this was a new development, we had already applied the 90% discount to this land, which can be seen on the following page of the market valuation detail. The value breakdown minus the 90% discount due to restricted development, giving a total value for this subject outlet at $5,700. Then if you skip past all the rest of the property record cards, it will be, I think, the second to last page. You will see the the page from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual in Chapter 12, Residential Property Valuation. For the outlots, it states the Dictionary of Real Estate Appraisal defines an outlot as a building site or pad that benefits from being part of a larger development. There is not one answer that will tell an assessor how to handle these. Assessors must review the area in which the outlot exists. If the outlot is in subdivision of residential units, the most likely classification of the outlot would be residential. However, the value of the outlot may be different than standard lots. The assessor should refer to the development or declaration documents to aid in their determination of how to handle the outlots. Some of the questions may be, is the outlot able to be improved or not? Is the outlot dedicated to green space? Is the outlot common area? Each outlot should be looked at in its own way. There is no one solution for all outlots. So given this was open space and restricted development, we made that decision to give the negative 90% discount on that particular lot. So in summary, there is not a recent arm's length sale of the subject property, and consistent with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, we prepared a mass appraisal assessment of the property using a valuation model based on Volume 2 of the manual. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Just looking at the map, it appears as if there's a privately held parcel that would be just to the west of this outlot.
That's correct. It's a home. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that is not part of the development.
Okay. Questions from the board? Comments?
Can I?
Comment?
Yeah, I think it's amazing, I think, that the beginning value of this property is at $56,000. I mean, I realize this is a victim of formulas that are handed down, but again, applying a 90% reduction in this particular, or any of these circumstances, is very very subjective. This is there's no way that the starting point of value on this property is $56,000. It's a false number.
Okay, well, I understand your concern, but the consistency of the application is also something the assessor must consider.
Well, the 90% is, where's that, I mean, I realize that's experience and so on, but
Right.
there needs to be some realization here of what type of property this is.
Well, I think we all agree that it's a difficult valuation issue. And if we had other guidance, we'd certainly be looking towards it.
Well, I think is that the 90% is not carved in stone, from what I understand.
It's not, but you have to remember, the assessors presume correct.
Okay,
So we can't just arbitrarily say something unless we have evidence that tells us that what the assessor did is unreasonable. So that's a challenge we deal with, and it's something that the law requires us to deal with, so that we can't just say, okay, let's do this.
so, and again, I'm not casting dispersions on the assessor. I think she got a tough job, but starting at the position of $56,000 on a sliver of property like this, you're starting from the wrong, I believe, from the wrong level of value.
Okay, well,
All right, so,
May I
point well noted. Go ahead.
add something to that? So that value is based on the square foot basis, and based off of what the other land is selling for there. Okay, so when we looked at the lots that were being sold, Terra Vesta has a lot of different size lots. It's in the SMART code. And so when we looked at valuing, I don't know if you can see all the different colors on here, but these are all the different lots. And so we broke the lots out into what were 3 to 6 units, what was exempt, what were the 8-unit townhouses, what were single family, and then what fell into the outlots. When we did that, many of the lots that are adjacent, near this, that come up and curve around, let me see, where is that, Nick? Give me the plat so I can give them lot numbers. So the lots like 1 through, I believe 1 through 10, right in that area, those lots we actually use a square foot basis based off the sales, and that's how we arrived at those values. And then we had other sales throughout this last year. And then if you break those sales out based on square footage, that directs us to the square foot basis for this subdivision. And it's high for the subdivision. You know, some of these lots are, and I don't have that here right now, so, but the 3 to 6 unit townhomes, I believe, are coming in at a $35,000 lot basis, and those, they're very small lots. They're like it looks like around 3,200 to 3,500 square feet, so they're very, very small lots that are selling for that $35,000. And then the 8 units, those ranges are, it looks like on here, around 24, 25 to about 27, 25, and square feet, and those were coming in at like 30,000. And then I don't know if you remember, Nick, but the larger lots, those actually came in for the first 4,000 square feet. We used $16.25 per square foot, and that's why in this subdivision, this land is coming in at a much higher value per square foot than in other areas of the city, because of the SMART code zoning aspect of it. It's a much higher density.
So,
but can I address that, please?
Quickly, we were.
Well, the zoning, I mean, you're comparing a buildable lot per square foot to something that is a 5 or 6 foot wide strip of land per square foot. How can you do that?
And that's,
Something, a change of zoning even, in a Euclidean zoning, you got an apartment lot versus a single-family lot or a commercial lot.
and that's why we're applying the minus 90% to that.
They realize it's a difficult issue,
I got it.
but that's what the market's showing them, so they have to start someplace.
Amy, did you say there were some exempt areas in this? And what were those?
Let me see the plat there, Nick. Because you got it open. So if you look at your plat, I'm sorry, I have a hard time. There are various, oh wait, that'll be better on this one. So the exempt that went to the city of Fitchburg would be Outlot 2 and Outlot 3. I'm not sure if they highlighted those or not for you.
I see 3.
Outlot 5, Outlot 9, 10, 11. Outlot 34 through 39. So those outlots were like dedicated to the city for, dedicated to the public as part of their, I believe, parkland dedication.
Thanks. I do have a little problem with this more than any of the other ones that we've been hearing. We've pretty much got our hands tied by law for everything that we've seen so far, but there's no contiguous properties that are part of the development into this. And the site is not, that does not benefit from being part of a larger development. I don't know what could it be if it's not an outlot? I mean, what are the other options? I don't, this, like I said, this doesn't sit well with me.
And that's why they make them an outlot, is because they cannot be developed. I mean, that's, typically they're not developed as an outlot.
Okay. I guess we've given everybody an opportunity to express their concerns. We're at the point where we need to make a decision. So we're going to move from testimony to deliberations. Any additional comments? I'll start with our suggested direction here. This is not much different than the other appeals we've looked at earlier today, in that the outlot situation is a piece of residual property that is hard to define exactly what it could be used for, other than keeping everything connected, and how to establish a reasonable value for that. As required by law, the assessor has done her best to try and find a reasonable approach following the assessor's manual to come up with a conclusion. She's looked at sales in the neighborhood to try and guide her as to what the cost per square foot for the property would be if it was on the market. We've heard no rebuttal evidence saying that there's better information, or sales showing there's better information as to how this property would sell and what it would sell for. So based on the presumption of correctness belonging to the assessor, I'm making a motion that for outlot 1, we sustain the assessor's valuation. I'd ascertain a second to that motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Please let the record note that this is a tough decision, but we are unanimously supporting the assessor's valuation. We are looking at a scheduling issue, and that we have to vacate this room in approximately 20 minutes. And based on the length of time this hearing took, I do not feel that we're going to complete the hearings on the remaining parcels in the Terra Vesta subdivision in the time window we have left.
We can combine a few of these because they're remnant parcels. They're all for the same reason, and I'm objecting.
It's 17, 15, and 18?
7,
Or 7, 15?
7, 15, and 18.
Can we do them in less than 20 minutes?
Should be able to.
Okay. Let's expedite it as much as possible. certainly want to have a reasonable record. And we will then shift our directions to 3 appeals for outlot 7, 15, and 18, with the understanding that the property representative has agreed that these can be consolidated because they're similar in value and similar in consideration of fact. So please begin.
Smart code requires lots that cannot be any wider than 180 feet wide in the T5 or the Transect 5 area. So as you see by the map provided, Lot 39, Lot 48, and Lot 34 all have remnant parcels on the end because they could not, the lots could not be any wider than they show. These lots, Lot 7 has, I think, 5 or 6 utility boxes on it. Lot 15 and Lot 18 are, nothing's been planned for those. It'll probably, they're vacant spots. They will be maintained by the HOA. And by the way, again, all of these outlots will be maintained and paid for by the residents. So that's why we have those remnants. It was not by choice, it's by smart code requirements. And I don't understand why they're all different valuations.
Before we go any farther, should I swear him in for these 3 parcels?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Should I swear Phil in for these?
Oh, yes, please, sorry.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Technicality, sorry. Would you like to repeat your comments on these 3 lots?
I'm fine.
Okay, then we'll move to the assessor's office and their staff for their consideration of how this values was established.
Thank you. As distributed earlier is the written information summarizing the basis for completing the 2020 assessment of the subject properties. I will briefly summarize the written documents with oral testimony. On the first page, section 1, is a summary of my qualifications to complete the assessment. I am Nick Hare, and I've worked in real estate for over 14 years and the assessment industry for over 4 years. I've been a residential appraiser with the city of Fitchburg since March of 2019. I have a bachelor's in finance and real estate from the University of Northern Iowa and a master's of business administration from Drake University. Section 2 states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value, of the property as of January 1st, 2020. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. State Statute 7032 outlines that property shall be valued in accord with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and at the full value which could ordinarily be obtained, therefore, at a private sale, when such sales conform to the definition of recent arm's length sales. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy if it is used in determining market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisal, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a full or market value assessment role, the estimated level of assessment is 100%. So on the next page, again, you will see the layout of the new development, outlot 7, 15, and 18. 7 is on the west side, right when you pull in, just north of Lacey Road. 15 is along Brassica Road, and 18 is, again, on the north side of Lacey Road. In the plat map, it will be on, both of them will be on the, if I can find them on here. Yep, it looks like the third page of the plat map shows outlot 7, 15, and 18. Then if you go to the end of the plat map, it will show you that based on the outlots and uses, it shows outlot 7 as open space association maintained, 15 again, open space association maintained, and 18 open space car membership association maintained. For the property record cards, if you go to the third property record card, that will be, or actually, no, it would be the fourth property record card. The lot number, or the parcel number is 121-5300-2, and it is .072 acres, valued at $5,100. Again, this is, given this was, is a new development, we had already put in the negative 90% due to restricted development, giving that value of the $5,100. Then if you go 2, 3, 4 more record cards down, it will be parcel number 121-2275. Again, valued as residential, .087 acres at $6,100. And the following market valuation detail shows the negative 90% due to the restrictions to that, giving the final value of $6,100. And then if you go 2 more record cards to 121-5400, that is the outlot, back to my place. That is the outlot 18 at .114 acres, valued at $7,000. And the market valuation detail shows the negative 90% discount due to the restrictions with the lot, giving a total value of $7,000. And then the second to last page from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, Chapter 12 of Residential Property Valuation, gives the description of outlots and states the dictionary definition. The Dictionary of Real Estate Appraisal defines outlot as a building, site, or pad that benefits from being part of a larger development. There is not one answer that will tell an assessor how to handle these. Assessors must review the area in which the outlot exists. If the outlot is in a subdivision of residential units, the most likely classification of the outlot would be residential. However, the value of the outlot may be different than standard lots. The assessor should refer to the development or declaration documents to aid in their determination of how to handle the outlots. Some of the questions may be, is the outlot able to be improved or not? Is the outlot dedicated to green space? Is the outlot common area? Each outlot should be looked at on its own. There is no one solution for all outlots. So again, we had used the square footage basis for coming up with the values for these, applied the 90% discount due to the fact that they are restricted in their use and they aren't developable. In summary, there's not a recent arm's length sale of the subject property, consistent with the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, where we prepared a mass appraisal assessment of the property using the valuation model based on volume 2 of the manual. Thank you.
Any additional comments?
Listening again to the definition of outlots, some of this kind of sinks in after a few readings, but it says there's no one way to do this. And actually, we're using one way. We're valuing them per square foot based on other properties in the neighborhood, and we're using 90%. So we're again, starting at a higher, you're starting at a level of value that is not realistic.
Okay.
So you can apply 90% to whatever.
Comments from the board? Questions from the board? circumstances are very similar to the other appeals we've heard. And I don't think the circumstances are any different in this one than they were in the others. So based on the fact that this is a uniform approach that's being applied by the assessor's office, I think we have to look at, was the presumption of evidence that was presented show that the assessor erred in the determination of her value? And we've heard that this has been subjective based on sales in the neighborhood, current sales in the neighborhood, and then her assessor's experience in determining what adjustments should be made based on her experience in the profession. That is certainly under the jurisdiction provided by the statutes in helping the city assessor establish value ranges on her properties. So based on that, I guess I would make a motion that, again, even though these are unique properties as far as what we're looking at, as far as usability, they're developed under a new zoning standard, which at this point I'm not that familiar with, but I think we're going to have to become familiar with it because it looks like it's here for the future. And therefore, we're going to have to deal with this again as we look at new developments that are going to be taking place in the city of Fitchburg. So my recommendation or motion is that the presumption of evidence has not been overcome by the taxpayer's representative. So therefore, I recommend that we sustain the assessment on these three lots, outlot 6, 17, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong, outlot 7, 15, and 18, at the values as indicated and represented by the assessor today. Again, the correction, outlot 7, 15, and 18. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Please let the record indicate that it's a unanimous decision to support the assessment on these outlots. Just in the nick of time, the alarm went off.
Wow.
Mr. Chair, I'm withdrawing the other two that you were going to consider.
Okay,
Respectfully, I appreciate your time and my mistake on Ham Fam Lands. I know I took too much time for nothing out of your schedule, so we'll let it rest from there. Okay? Do I have to do anything official?
A motion to accept the withdrawal of objections
6 and 17.
with respect to Terra Vista Outlot 6 and Outlot 17.
I'll second.
Okay?
we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much for your consideration, Mr. Sviam. We appreciate your working with us on those two outlots.
Thanks.
The last thing we have to deal with today is our next meeting date. Based on the subpoenas request that we sent out this morning, it appears as if something later than what we had originally talked about would probably be better, so that everybody has enough time to get those documents back and review them. And we are moving into, went the wrong way, possibly October 16th. We discussed that date as a possibility last time.
That should work for me.
And we can start earlier that day because we do have the room booked,
So 9 o'clock
9 o'clock
on the 16th?
on the 16th.
And Tracy, just to double check, the room did become available? Because I know there was a question it was, and then I thought it wasn't. and-
Yes, we have the room booked from 9 o'clock in the morning till 6 PM at night. We can start as early as 8. We could start earlier. I don't see anything else on there, do you? Yeah, so we can go into the night.
What a pleasant thought.
Right.
No, let's just go for 9 o'clock on the 16th, if that works for everybody.
Amy Seibel, does that work for you?
Does. I was just checking my calendar. It does work for me.
Okay. At this point then, we have completed our agenda for today, except for item 4, which is consider new business and additional details. Additional board review detail, dates, I can't read, I'm getting blind here, and dates. So we discussed our date as October 16th at 9 o'clock. I'm writing it down so I don't forget.
Yeah, we don't have anything on the 9th of October, do we?
No, we do not.
No, we should not need to meet then.
We talked about that date, but based on the time window for the subpoenas, it would be premature to meet on that, at that time.
Okay.
So at this point then, I will officially end this meeting, adjourning to our next scheduled date of October 16th at 9 o'clock in the morning of the year 2020. And I'd like to thank everyone for their attendance today. I think we had some interesting cases and challenging cases as we dealt with some gray areas that are coming into the city of Fitchburg as developments change. So with that, I draw this meeting to a close. Thank you.
Thank you.